The Actress by Oscar Wilde, as told to Amy Lowther. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rob Marland. The Actress. There was once a great actress, a woman who had achieved such triumphs that the whole world of art worshipped at her feet. The incense of their worship had for many years filled her life and dimmed her eye for other things, so that she wished for nothing else. The day came, however, when she met a man whom she loved with all her soul. Then all her art and all her triumphs and the clouds of incense were as nothing to her. Love was her whole life, but even though this was so, the man she loved grew jealous of the public that the woman no longer cared for. He asked her to give up her career and to leave the stage forever. She did so easily, for she said, "Love is better than art, better than fame, better than life itself." And so she left the stage and all its triumphs gladly, and gave up her whole life to the man whom she loved. Time rushed by, and the man's love grew steadily less and less, and the woman who had given up everything for it knew it, and the knowledge of it fell on her like a chill mist at evening, and wrapped her from head to foot in a grey shroud of despair. But she was a brave woman, and strong, and she looked the horror full in the face without flinching. She knew that she had reached the crisis of her life, the crisis on the issue of which her whole fate hung. She saw the situation with a cruel, sharp clearness, which cut into her heart. She had sacrificed her career to her love, and now that love was failing her. If she could not find means of reviving that light which was now fading away, it would soon burn out altogether. She would be desolate in the midst of the ruins of her spoilt life. And now, the woman who had been a great actress realized that her art, instead of being a help and an inspiration to her in this darkest strait of her life, proved, on the contrary, a drawback and a hindrance. She missed the stage manager's directions, and the author's ideas and words. Hitherto she had never done aught without them. Every thought, every intonation, and well-nigh every gesture had been indicated to her, for such is the actor's art. And now, when called upon to think and originate and act for herself, she felt helpless and without resource, like a child might who was suddenly confronted with a great problem. But with every day that passed, the necessity for action, prompt and strong, imposed itself on her more and more. One day, whilst she was pacing to and fro with the feelings of wild despair which was within her, increasing with every minute that passed, a man came to see her. He had been the manager of the theatre where she had acted in former days. He came to ask her to act a part at short notice in a new play. She refused. What had she to do with the stage, and with that false art which turned those who practised it into puppets, helpless puppets, moved by strings which were in the hands of the stage managers and the author? Today she was face to face with a tragedy of real life, beside which all the mock sufferings of the stage were but as so much tinsel and cardboard. But the manager persisted. It meant money to him, and he was a Jew, and so he buzzed round her with the perseverance of a fly in autumn, who will not be beaten off. Would she not at least read the play? To be rid of him, she read it, and she found that the tragedy of the play was the tragedy of her life. The situation was the same, and a solution of the problem was given. Fate had come to the actress's help in a stage play. She would act it so as to master entirely every detail of the situation. And so she studied the part, and soon played it to a large audience. She acted with a fervour of genius which she had never surpassed during the whole of her career, and the applause that thundered from all sides was the irresistible homage paid by the hearts and souls of men to all-conquering genius. When it was all over, she returned home weary and half stupefied, with the cries and shouts of the multitude ringing in her ears. She had given them her best, had poured the power and wonder of her soul at their feet. All that was left to her now was a sense of powerlessness and weakness. She arrived at her house weary and flower-laden. Suddenly she noticed the 2 places that were prepared at the supper table, and then remembered that tonight was to decide her fate. She had forgotten it till then. At that moment the man she had loved came in, and he said, "Am I in time?" She looked at the clock and said, "You are in time, but you are just too late." End of The Actress by Oscar Wilde, as told to Amy Lowther.
The Apple Tree Table, or Original Spiritual Manifestations by Herman Melville. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by DanGNAjaGN. The Apple Tree Table, or Original Spiritual Manifestations. When I first saw the table, dingy and dusty in the furthest corner of the old hopper-shaped garret, and set out with broken, becrusted old purple vials and flasks and a ghostly, dismantled old quarto, it seemed just such a necromantic little old table as might have belonged to Friar Bacon. 2 plain features it had, significant of conjurations and charms, the circle and tripod. The slab being round, supported by a twisted little pillar, which, about a foot from the bottom, sprawled out into 3 crooked legs, terminating in 3 cloven feet, a very satanic-looking little old table indeed. In order to convey a better idea of it, some account may as well be given of the place it came from. A very old garret of a very old house, in an old-fashioned quarter of one of the oldest towns in America. This garret had been closed for years. It was thought to be haunted. A rumor, I confess, which, however absurd in my opinion, I did not at the time of purchasing very vehemently contradict, since, not improbably, it tended to place the property the more conveniently within my means. It was, therefore, from no dread of the reputed goblins aloft, that for 5 years after first taking up my residence in the house, I never entered the garret. There was no special inducement. The roof was well slated and thoroughly tight. The company that insured the house waived all visitation of the garret. Why, then, should the owner be over-anxious about it? Particularly as he had no use for it, the house having ample room below. Then the key to the stair door leading to it was lost. The lock was a huge old-fashioned one. To open it, a smith would have to be called. An unnecessary trouble, I thought. Besides, though I had taken some care to keep my 2 daughters in ignorance of the rumor above mentioned, still they had by some means got an inkling of it, and were well enough pleased to see the entrance to the haunted ground closed. It might have remained so for a still longer time, had it not been for my accidentally discovering, In a corner of our glen-like old terraced garden, a large and curious key, very old and rusty, which I at once concluded must belong to the garret door, a supposition which, upon trial, proved correct. Now, the possession of a key to anything at once provokes a desire to unlock and explore, and this too from a mere instinct of gratification, irrespective of any particular benefit to accrue. Behold me, then, turning the rusty old key and going up alone into the haunted garret. It embraced the entire area of the mansion. Its ceiling was formed by the roof, showing the rafters and boards on which the slates were laid. The roof shedding the water 4 ways from a high point in the center, the space beneath was much like that of a general's marquee, only midway broken by a labyrinth of timbers for braces, from which waved innumerable cobwebs that, of a summer's noon, shone like Baghdad tissues and gauzes. On every hand some strange insect was seen, flying, or running, or creeping, on rafter and floor. Under the apex of the roof was a rude, narrow, decrepit stepladder, something like a Gothic pulpit stairway, leading to a pulpit-like platform, from which a still narrower ladder, a sort of Jacob's ladder, led somewhat higher to the lofty scuttle. The slide of this scuttle was about 2 feet square, all in one piece, furnishing a massive frame for a single small pane of glass, inserted into it like a bullseye. The light of the garret came from this sole source, filtrated through a dense curtain of cobwebs. Indeed, the whole stairs and platform and ladder were festooned and carpeted and canopied with cobwebs, which, in funereal accumulations, hung too from the groined, murky ceiling, like the Carolina moss in the cypress forest. In these cobwebs swung, as in aerial catacombs, myriads of all tribes of mummied insects. Climbing the stairs to the platform, and pausing there to recover my breath, a curious scene was presented. The sun was about halfway up. Piercing the little skylight, it slopingly bored a rainbowed tunnel clear across the darkness of the garret. Here, millions of butterfly moles were swarming. Against the skylight itself, with a cymbal-like buzzing, thousands of insects clustered in a golden mob. Wishing to shed a clearer light through the place, I sought to withdraw the scuttle slide, but no sign of latch or hasp was visible. Only after long peering did I discover a little padlock embedded like an oyster at the bottom of the sea, amid matted masses of weedy webs, chrysalids, and insectivorous eggs. Brushing these away, I found it locked. With a crooked nail, I tried to pick the lock when scores of small ants and flies, half torpid, crawled forth from the keyhole, and, feeling the warmth of the sun in the pane, began frisking about me. Others appeared. Presently I was overrun by them. As if incensed at this invasion of their retreat, countless bands darted up from below, beating about my head like hornets. At last, with a sudden jerk, I burst open the scuttle, and what a change! As from the gloom of the grave and the companionship of worms, men shall at last rapturously rise into the living greenness and glory immortal, so from my cobwebbed old garret I thrust forth my head into the balmy air, and found myself hailed by the verdant tops of great trees, growing in the little garden below, trees whose leaves soared high above my topmost slate. Refreshed by this outlook, I turned inward to behold the garret, now unwontedly lit up. Such humped masses of obsolete furniture, An old escritoire from whose pigeonholes sprang mice, and from whose secret drawers came subterranean squeakings, as from chipmunks' holes in the woods. And broken-down old chairs with strange carvings which seemed fit to seat a conclave of conjurors, and a rusty iron-bound chest, lidless and packed full of mildewed old documents, one of which, with a faded red ink blot at the end, looked as if it might have been the original bond that Dr. Faust gave to Mephistopheles. And, finally, in the least lighted corner of all, where was a profuse litter of indescribable old rubbish, among which was a broken telescope and a celestial globe staved in, stood the little old table, one hoofed foot like that of the evil one, dimly revealed through the cobwebs. What a thick dust, half paste, had settled upon the old vials and flasks. How their once liquid contents had caked, and how strangely looked the moldy old book in the middle, Cotton Mather's Magnalia. Table and book I removed below, and had the dislocations of the one and the tatters of the other repaired. I resolved to surround this sad little hermit of a table so long banished from genial neighborhood with all the kindly influences of warm urns, warm fires, and warm hearts, little dreaming what all this warm nursing would hatch. I was pleased by the discovery that the table was not of the ordinary mahogany, but of apple-tree wood, which age had darkened nearly to walnut. It struck me as being an appropriate piece of furniture for our cedar parlor, so called from its being, after the old fashion, wainscoted with that wood. The table's round slab, or orb, was so contrived as to be readily changed from a horizontal to a perpendicular position, so that, when not in use, it could be snugly placed in a corner. For myself, wife, and 2 daughters, I thought it would make a nice little breakfast and tea table. It was just the thing for a whist table, too, and I also pleased myself with the idea that it would make a famous reading table. In these fancies, my wife, for one, took a little interest. She disrelished the idea of so unfashionable and indigent-looking a stranger as the table, intruding into the polished society of more prosperous furniture. But when, after seeking its fortune at the cabinet maker's, the table came home, varnished over, bright as a guinea, no one exceeded my wife in a gracious reception of it. It was advanced to an honorable position in the cedar parlor. But as for my daughter Julia, she never got over her strange emotions upon first accidentally encountering the table. Unfortunately, it was just as I was in the act of bringing it down from the garret. Holding it by the slab, I was carrying it before me, one cobwebbed hoof thrust out, which weird object, at a turn of the stairs, suddenly touched my girl as she was ascending, whereupon, turning and seeing no living creature, for I was quite hidden behind my shield, seeing nothing indeed but the apparition of the evil one's foot, as it seemed, she cried out, and there is no knowing what might have followed, had I not immediately spoken. From the impression thus produced, my poor girl, of a very nervous temperament, was long recovering. Superstitiously grieved at my violating the forbidden solitude above, she associated in her mind the cloven-footed table with the reputed goblins there. She besought me to give up the idea of domesticating the table, nor did her sister fail to add her entreaties. Between my girls there was a constitutional sympathy. But my matter-of-fact wife had now declared in the table's favor. She was not wanting in firmness and energy. To her, the prejudices of Julia and Anna were simply ridiculous. It was her maternal duty, she thought, to drive such weakness away. By degrees, the girls, at breakfast and tea, were induced to sit down with us at the table. Continual proximity was not without effect. By and by, they would sit pretty tranquilly, though Julia as much as possible avoided glancing at the hoofed feet. And when at this I smiled, she would look at me seriously, as much as to say, "Ah, Papa, you too may yet do the same." She prophesied that, in connection with the table, something strange would yet happen. But I would only smile the more, while my wife indignantly chided. Meantime, I took particular satisfaction in my table as a night reading table. At a ladies' fair, I bought me a beautifully worked reading cushion, and with elbow leaning thereon and hand shading my eyes from the light, spent many a long hour nobody by but the queer old book I had brought down from the garret. All went well till the incident now about to be given. An incident, be it remembered, which, like every other in this narration, happened long before the time of the Fox girls. It was late on a Saturday night in December. In the little old cedar parlor before the little old apple tree table, I was sitting up, as usual, alone. I had made more than one effort to get up and go to bed, but I could not. I was, in fact, under a sort of fascination. Somehow, too, certain reasonable opinions of mine seemed not so reasonable as before. I felt nervous. The truth was that though in my previous night readings Cotton Mather had but amused me, upon this particular night he terrified me. 1,000 times I had laughed at such stories. Old wives' fables, I thought, however entertaining, but now how different. They began to put on the aspect of reality. Now for the first time it struck me that this was no romantic Mrs. Radcliffe who had written the Magnalia, but a practical, hard-working, earnest, upright man, a learned doctor too, as well as a good Christian, and orthodox clergyman. What possible motive could such a man have to deceive? His style had all the plainness and unpoetic boldness of truth. In the most straightforward way he laid before me detailed accounts of New England witchcraft, each important item corroborated by respectable townsfolk, and of not a few of the most surprising he himself had been eyewitness. Cotton Mather testified himself whereof he had seen. But is it possible? I asked myself. Then I remembered that Dr. Johnson, the matter-of-fact compiler of a dictionary, had been a believer in ghosts, besides many other sound, worthy men. Yielding to the fascination, I read deeper and deeper into the night. At last I found myself starting at the least chance sound, and yet wishing that it were not so very still. A tumbler of warm punch stood by my side, with which beverage, in a moderate way, I was accustomed to treat myself every Saturday night. A habit, however, against which my good wife had long remonstrated, predicting that unless I gave it up, I would yet die a miserable sot. Indeed, I may here mention that on the Sunday mornings following my Saturday nights, I had to be exceedingly cautious how I gave way to the slightest impatience at any accidental annoyance, because such impatience was sure to be quoted against me as evidence of the melancholy consequences of overnight indulgence. As for my wife, she, never sipping punch, could yield to any little passing peevishness as much as she pleased. But upon the night in question, I found myself wishing that, instead of my usual mild mixture, I had concocted some potent draught. I felt the need of stimulus. I wanted something to hearten me against Cotton Mather, doleful, ghostly, ghastly Cotton Mather. I grew more and more nervous. Nothing but fascination kept me from fleeing the room. The candles burnt low, with long snuffs and huge winding sheets. But I durst not raise the snuffers to them. It would make too much noise. And yet previously I had been wishing for noise. I read on and on. My hair began to have a sensation. My eyes felt strained. They pained me. I was conscious of it. I knew I was injuring them. I knew I should rue this abuse of them next day. But I read on and on. I could not help it. The skinny hand was upon me. All at once, hark! My hair felt like growing grass. A faint sort of inward rapping or rasping, a strange, inexplicable sound mixed with a slight kind of woodpecking or ticking. Tick, tick. Yes, it was a faint sort of ticking. I looked up at my great Strasbourg clock in one corner. It was not that. The clock had stopped. Tick, tick. Was it my watch? According to her usual practice at night, my wife had, upon retiring, carried my watch off to our chamber to hang it up on its nail. I listened with all my ears. Tick, tick. Was it a death tick in the wainscot? With a tremulous step, I went all round the room, holding my ear to the wainscot. No, it came not from the wainscot. Tick, tick. I shook myself. I was ashamed of my fright. Tick, tick. It grew in precision and audibleness. I retreated from the wainscot. It seemed advancing to meet me. I looked round and round, but saw nothing, only one cloven foot of the little apple tree table. Bless me, said I to myself, with a sudden revulsion. It must be very late. Ain't that my wife calling me? Yes, yes, I must to bed. I suppose all is locked up. No need to go the rounds. The fascination had departed, though the fear had increased. With trembling hands, putting Cotton Mather out of sight, I soon found myself, candlestick in hand, in my chamber, with a peculiar rearward feeling, such as some truant dog may feel. In my eagerness to get well into the chamber, I stumbled against a chair.
"Do try and make less noise, my dear,"
said my wife from the bed.
"You have been taking too much of that punch, I fear. That sad habit grows on you. Ah, that I should ever see you thus staggering at night into your chamber."
"Wife," hoarsely whispered I, "there is something ticking in the cedar parlor."
Poor old man. Quite out of his mind. I knew it would be so. Come to bed. Come and sleep it off.
Wife!
Do come to bed. I forgive you. I won't remind you of it tomorrow. But you must give up the punch drinking, my dear. It quite gets the better of you.
Don't exasperate me, I cried now, truly beside myself. I will quit the house.
No, not in that state. Come to bed, my dear. I won't say another word.
The next morning, upon waking, my wife said nothing about the past night's affair, and, feeling no little embarrassment myself, especially at having been thrown into such a panic, I also was silent. Consequently, my wife must still have ascribed my singular conduct to a mind disordered, not by ghosts, but by punch. For my own part, as I lay in bed watching the sun in the panes, I began to think that much midnight reading of Cotton Mather was not good for man, that it had a morbid influence upon the nerves, and gave rise to hallucinations. I resolved to put Cotton Mather permanently aside. That done, I had no fear of any return of the ticking. Indeed, I began to think that what seemed the ticking in the room was nothing but a sort of buzzing in my ear. As is her wont, my wife having preceded me in rising, I made a deliberate and agreeable toilet. Aware that most disorders of the mind have their origin in the state of the body, I made vigorous use of the flesh brush, and bathed my head with New England rum, a specific once recommended to me as good for buzzing in the ear. Wrapped in my dressing gown, with cravat nicely adjusted and fingernails neatly trimmed, I complacently descended to the little cedar parlor to breakfast. What was my amazement to find my wife on her knees, rummaging about the carpet nigh the little apple tree table on which the morning meal was laid, while my daughters, Julia and Anna, were running about the apartment distracted.
"Oh, Papa, Papa!"
cried Julia, hurrying up to me.
"I knew it would be so. The table, the table! Spirits, spirits!"
cried Anna, standing far away from it with pointed finger.
"Silence!"
cried my wife.
"How can I hear it if you make such a noise? Be still. Come here, husband. Was this the ticking you spoke of? Why don't you move? Was this it? Here, kneel down and listen to it. Tick, tick, tick. Don't you hear it now?"
I do, cried I, while my daughters besought us both to come away from the spot. Tick, tick, tick. Right from under the snowy cloth and the cheerful urn and the smoking milk toast, the unaccountable ticking was heard. Ain't there a fire in the next room, Julia?" said I. "Let us breakfast there, my dear." Turning to my wife, "Let us go. Leave the table. Tell Biddy to remove the things." And so saying, I was moving towards the door in high self-possession when my wife interrupted me.
"Before I quit this room, I will see into this ticking,"
she said with energy.
"It is something that can be found out, depend upon it. I don't believe in spirits, especially at breakfast time. Biddy, Biddy! Here, carry these things back to the kitchen,"
handing the urn. Then, sweeping off the cloth, the little table lay bare to the eye.
"It's the table! The table!"
cried Julia.
"Nonsense,"
said my wife.
"Who ever heard of a ticking table? It's on the floor. Biddy, Julia, Anna, move everything out of the room, table and all. Where are the tack hammers?" "Heavens, Mama, you are not going to take up the carpet!"
screamed Julia.
"Here's the hammers, Marm,"
said Biddy, advancing tremblingly.
"Hand them to me, then,"
cried my wife, for poor Biddy was at long gun distance, holding them out as if her mistress had the plague.
"Now, husband, do you take up that side of the carpet, and I will this."
Down on her knees she then dropped, while I followed suit. The carpet being removed, and the ear applied to the naked floor, not the slightest ticking could be heard.
"The table! After all, it is the table!"
cried my wife.
"Biddy, bring it back." "Oh, no, Marm, not I. Please, Marm,"
sobbed Biddy.
"Foolish creature. Husband, do you bring it?"
"My dear," said I, "we have plenty of other tables. Why be so particular?"
"Where is that table?"
cried my wife contemptuously, regardless of my gentle remonstrance.
"In the woodhouse, Marm. I put it away as far as ever I could, Marm,"
sobbed Biddy.
"Shall I go to the woodhouse for it, or will you?"
said my wife, addressing me in a frightful, businesslike manner. Immediately I darted out of the door and found the little apple tree table upside down in one of my chip bins. I hurriedly returned with it, and once more my wife examined it attentively. Tick, tick, tick. Yes, it was the table.
Please, marm,
said Biddy, now entering the room with hat and shawl.
Please, marm, will you pay me my wages? Take your hat and shawl off directly, said my wife. Set this table again.
Set it, roared I in a passion. Set it or I'll go for the police.
Heavens! Heavens!
Cried my daughters in one breath.
What will become of us? Spirits! Spirits!
Will you set the table? Cried I, advancing upon Biddy.
I will. I will. Yes, marm. Yes, master. I will. I will. Spirits. Holy Virgin. Now, husband,
said my wife,
I am convinced that, whatever it is that causes this ticking, neither the ticking nor the table can hurt us, for we are all good Christians, I hope. I am determined to find out the cause of it, too, which time and patience will bring to light. I shall breakfast on no other table but this, so long as we live in this house. So sit down, now that all things are ready again, and let us quietly breakfast. My dears,
turning to Julia and Anna,
go to your room and return composed. Let me have no more of this childishness.
Upon occasion, my wife was mistress in her house. During the meal, in vain was conversation started again and again. In vain my wife said something brisk to infuse into others an animation akin to her own. Julia and Anna, with heads bowed over their teacups, were still listening for the tick. I confess, too, that their example was catching. But for the time nothing was heard. Either the ticking had died quite away, or else, slight as it was, the increasing uproar of the street, with the general hum of day so contrasted with the repose of night and early morning, smothered the sound. At the lurking inquietude of her companions, my wife was indignant, the more so as she seemed to glory in her own exemption from panic. When breakfast was cleared away, she took my watch and, placing it on the table, addressed the supposed spirits in it with a jocosely defiant air.
There, tick away. Let us see who can tick loudest.
All that day while abroad, I thought of the mysterious table. Could Cotton Mather speak true? Were there spirits? And would spirits haunt a tea-table? Would the evil one dare show his cloven foot in the bosom of an innocent family? I shuddered when I thought that I myself, against the solemn warnings of my daughters, had willfully introduced the cloven foot there. Yea, 3 cloven feet. But towards noon, this sort of feeling began to wear off. The continual rubbing against so many practical people in the street brushed such chimeras away from me. I remembered that I had not acquitted myself very intrepidly, either on the previous night or in the morning. I resolved to regain the good opinion of my wife. To evince my hardihood the more signally, when tea was dismissed and the 3 rubbers of whist had been played, and no ticking had been heard, which the more encouraged me, I took my pipe, and, saying that bedtime had arrived for the rest, drew my chair towards the fire, and, removing my slippers, placed my feet on the fender, looking as calm and composed as old Democritus in the tombs of Abdera, when one midnight the mischievous little boys of the town tried to frighten that sturdy philosopher with spurious ghosts. And I thought to myself that the worthy old gentleman had set a good example to all times in his conduct on that occasion. For when at the dead hour, intent on his studies, he heard the strange sounds, he did not so much as move his eyes from his page, only simply said, "Boys, little boys, go home. This is no place for you. You will catch cold here." The philosophy of which words lies here, that they imply the foregone conclusion that any possible investigation of any possible spiritual phenomena was absurd, that upon the first face of such things, the mind of a sane man instinctively affirmed them a humbug, unworthy the least attention, more especially if such phenomena appear in tombs, since tombs are peculiarly the place of silence, lifelessness, and solitude. For which cause, by the way, the old man, as upon the occasion in question, made the tombs of Abdera his place of study. Presently I was alone, and all was hushed. I laid down my pipe, not feeling exactly tranquil enough now thoroughly to enjoy it. Taking up one of the newspapers, I began, in a nervous, hurried sort of way, to read by the light of a candle placed on a small stand drawn close to the fire. As for the apple tree table, having lately concluded that it was rather too low for a reading table, I thought best not to use it as such that night. But it stood, not very distant, in the middle of the room. Try as I would, I could not succeed much at reading. Somehow I seemed all ear and no eye, a condition of intense auricular suspense. But ere long it was broken. Tick, tick, tick. Though it was not the first time I had heard that sound, nay, though I had made it my particular business on this occasion to wait for that sound. Nevertheless, when it came, it seemed unexpected, as if a cannon had boomed through the window. Tick, tick, tick. I sat stock still for a time, thoroughly to master, if possible, my first discomposure. Then rising, I looked pretty steadily at the table, went up to it pretty steadily, took hold of it pretty steadily, but let it go pretty quickly, then paced up and down, stopping every moment or two, with ear pricked to listen. Meantime, within me, the contest between panic and philosophy remained not wholly decided. Tick, tick, tick. With appalling distinctness, the ticking now rose on the night. My pulse fluttered, my heart beat. I hardly know what might not have followed, had not Democritus just then come to the rescue. For shame, said I to myself, what is the use of so fine an example of philosophy if it cannot be followed? Straightway I resolved to imitate it, even to the old sage's occupation and attitude. Resuming my chair and paper, with back presented to the table, I remained thus for a time, as if buried in study, when, the ticking still continuing, I drawled out, in as indifferent and dryly jocose a way as I could, "Come, come, Tick, my boy, fun enough for tonight." Tick, tick, tick. There seemed a sort of jeering defiance in the ticking now. It seemed to exult over the poor affected part I was playing. But much as the taunt stung me, it only stung me into persistence. I resolved not to abate one whit in my mode of address. "Come, come, you make more and more noise, Tick, my boy. Too much of a joke, time to have done." No sooner said than the ticking ceased. Never was responsive obedience more exact. For the life of me, I could not help turning round upon the table, as one would upon some reasonable being, when, could I believe my senses? I saw something moving, or wriggling or squirming upon the slab of the table. It shone like a glowworm. Unconsciously, I grasped the poker that stood at hand. But bethinking me how absurd to attack a glowworm with a poker, I put it down. How long I sat spellbound and staring there with my body presented one way and my face another, I cannot say. But at length I rose, and, buttoning my coat up and down, made a sudden intrepid forced march full upon the table. And there, near the center of the slab, as I live, I saw an irregular little hole, or rather short-nibbled sort of crack, from which, like a butterfly escaping its chrysalis, the sparkling object, whatever it might be, was struggling. Its motion was the motion of life. I stood becharmed. Are there indeed spirits, thought I, and is this one? No, I must be dreaming. I turned my glance off to the red fire on the hearth, then back to the pale luster on the table. What I saw was no optical illusion, but a real marvel. The tremor was increasing when, once again, Democritus befriended me. Supernatural coruscation as it appeared, I strove to look at the strange object in a purely scientific way. Thus viewed, it appeared some new sort of small shining beetle or bug, and, I thought, not without something of a hum to it, too. I still watched it, and with still increasing self-possession. Sparkling and wriggling, it still continued its throes. In another moment, it was just on the point of escaping its prison. A thought struck me. Running for a tumbler, I clapped it over the insect, just in time to secure it. After watching it a while longer under the tumbler, I left all as it was, and, tolerably composed, retired. Now, for the soul of me, I could not at that time comprehend the phenomenon. A live bug come out of a dead table? A firefly bug come out of a piece of ancient lumber, for one knows not how many years stored away in an old garret? Was ever such a thing heard of, or even dreamed of? How got the bug there? Never mind. I bethought me of Democritus and resolved to keep cool. At all events, the mystery of the ticking was explained. It was simply the sound of the gnawing and filing and tapping of the bug in eating its way out. It was satisfactory to think that there was an end forever to the ticking. I resolved not to let the occasion pass without reaping some credit from it. "Wife," said I next morning, "you will not be troubled with any more ticking in our table. I have put a stop to all that."
"Indeed, husband?"
said she, with some incredulity. "Yes, wife," returned I, perhaps a little vaingloriously. "I have put a quietus upon that ticking. Depend upon it, the ticking will trouble you no more." In vain she besought me to explain myself. I would not gratify her, being willing to balance any previous trepidation I might have betrayed by leaving room now for the imputation of some heroic feat whereby I had silenced the ticking. It was a sort of innocent deceit by implication, quite harmless and, I thought, of utility. But when I went to breakfast, I saw my wife kneeling at the table again, and my girls looking 10 times more frightened than ever.
"Why did you tell me that boastful tale?"
said my wife indignantly.
"You might have known how easily it would be found out. See this crack, too? And here is the ticking again, plainer than ever."
"Impossible," I explained, but upon applying my ear, sure enough, tick, 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 the ticking was there. Recovering myself the best way I might, I demanded the bug.
"Bug!"
screamed Julia.
"Good heavens, Papa!" "I hope, sir, you have been bringing no bugs into this house,"
said my wife severely. The bug, I cried. "The bug under the tumbler."
"Bugs in tumblers?"
cried the girls.
"Not our tumblers, Papa. You have not been putting bugs into our tumblers. Oh, what does it all mean?"
"Do you see this hole, this crack here?" said I, putting my finger on the spot.
"That I do,"
said my wife with high displeasure.
"And how did it come there? What have you been doing to the table?"
"Do you see this crack?" repeated I, intensely.
Yes,
said Julia.
"That was what frightened me so. It looks so like witch work. Spirits! Spirits!"
cried Anna.
"Silence,"
said my wife.
"Go on, sir, and tell us what you know of the crack."
"Wife and daughters," said I solemnly, "out of that crack, or hole, while I was sitting all alone here last night, a wonderful—" Here, involuntarily, I paused, fascinated by the expectant attitudes and bursting eyes of Julia and Anna.
What?
cried Julia. "A bug, Julia,"
Bug?
cried my wife.
A bug come out of this table? And what did you do with it?
"Clapped it under a tumbler,"
Biddy, Biddy!
cried my wife, going to the door.
Did you see a tumbler here on this table when you swept the room? Sure I did, marm. An abominable bug under it.
"And what did you do with it?" demanded I.
Put the bug in the fire, sir, and rinsed out the tumbler ever so many times, marm. Where is that tumbler?
cried Anna.
I hope you scratched it, marked it some way. I'll never drink out of that tumbler. Never put it before me, Biddy. A bug, a bug. Oh, Julia. Oh, Mama. I feel it crawling all over me. Even now, haunted table. Spirits, spirits,
cried Julia.
My daughters,
said their mother, with authority in her eyes.
Go to your chamber till you can behave more like reasonable creatures. Is it a bug? A bug that can frighten you out of what little wits you ever had? Leave the room. I am astonished. I am pained by such childish conduct. Now tell me,
said she, addressing me, as soon as they had withdrawn.
Now tell me truly, did a bug really come out of this crack in the table?
Wife, it is even so.
Did you see it come out?
I did. She looked earnestly at the crack, leaning over it.
Are you sure?
Said she, looking up, but still bent over. Sure. Sure. She was silent. I began to think that the mystery of the thing began to tell even upon her. Yes, thought I shall presently see my wife shaking and shuddering, and, who knows, calling in some old dominie to exorcise the table and drive out the spirits.
I'll tell you what we'll do,
said she suddenly, and not without excitement. What, wife? Said I, all eagerness, expecting some mystical proposition. What, wife?
We will rub this table all over with that celebrated roach powder I've heard of.
Good gracious. Then you don't think it's spirits?
Spirits?
The emphasis of scornful incredulity was worthy of Democritus himself. But this ticking, said I.
I'll whip that out of it.
Come, wife, said I. You are going too far the other way now. Neither roach powder nor whipping will cure this table. It's a queer table, wife. There's no blinking it.
I'll have it rubbed, though, she replied. Well rubbed.
And calling Biddy, she bade her get wax and brush and give the table a vigorous manipulation. That done, the cloth was again laid, and we sat down to our morning meal. But my daughters did not make their appearance. Julia and Anna took no breakfast that day. When the cloth was removed, in a businesslike way, my wife went to work with a dark-colored cement and hermetically closed the little hole in the table. My daughters looking pale, I insisted upon taking them out for a walk that morning, when the following conversation ensued.
My worst presentiments about that table are being verified, Papa, said Julia. Not for nothing was that intimation of the cloven foot on my shoulder.
Nonsense, said I. Let us go into Mrs. Brown's and have an ice cream. The spirit of Democritus was stronger on me now. By a curious coincidence, it strengthened with the strength of the sunlight.
But is it not miraculous, said Anna, how a bug should come out of a table?
Not at all, my daughter. It is a very common thing for bugs to come out of wood. You yourself must have seen them coming out of the ends of the billets on the hearth.
But that wood is almost fresh from the woodland. But the table is at least 100 years old.
What of that, said I gaily. Have not live toads been found in the hearts of dead rocks, as old as creation?
Say what you will, Papa. I feel it is spirits, said Julia. Do now, my dear Papa, have that haunted table removed from the house.
Nonsense, said I. By another curious coincidence, the more they felt frightened, the more I felt brave. Evening came.
"This ticking,"
said my wife.
"do you think that another bug will come of this continued ticking?"
Curiously enough, that had not occurred to me before. I had not thought of there being twins of bugs. But now, who knew? There might be even triplets. I resolved to take precautions, and if there was to be a second bug, infallibly secure it. During the evening, the ticking was again heard. About 10 o'clock, I clapped a tumbler over the spot, as near as I could judge of it by my ear. Then we all retired, and locking the door of the cedar parlor, I put the key in my pocket. In the morning, nothing was to be seen, but the ticking was heard. The trepidation of my daughters returned. They wanted to call in the neighbors, but to this my wife was vigorously opposed. We should be the laughingstock of the whole town. So it was agreed that nothing should be disclosed. Biddy received strict charges, and, to make sure, was not allowed that week to go to confession, lest she should tell the priest. I stayed home all that day, every hour or two bending over the table, both eye and ear. Towards night, I thought the ticking grew more distinct, and seemed divided from my ear by a thinner and thinner partition of the wood. I thought, too, that I perceived a faint heaving up or bulging of the wood in the place where I had placed the tumbler. To put an end to the suspense, my wife proposed taking a knife and cutting into the wood there. But I had a less impatient plan, namely, that she and I should sit up with the table that night, as from present symptoms the bug would probably make its appearance before morning. For myself, I was curious to see the first advent of the thing, the first dazzle of the chick as it chipped the shell. The idea struck my wife not unfavorably. She insisted that both Julia and Anna should be of the party, in order that the evidence of their senses should disabuse their minds of all nursery nonsense. For that spirits should tick, and that spirits should take unto themselves the form of bugs, was to my wife the most foolish of all foolish imaginations. True, she could not account for the thing, but she had all confidence that it could be and would yet be somehow explained, and that to her entire satisfaction. Without knowing it herself, my wife was a female Democritus. For my part, my present feelings were of a mixed sort. In a strange and not unpleasing way, I gently oscillated between Democritus and Cotton Mather. But to my wife and daughters I assumed to be pure Democritus, a jeerer at all tea-table spirits whatever. So, laying in a good supply of candles and crackers, all four of us sat up with the table, and at the same time sat round it. For a while my wife and I carried on an animated conversation, but my daughters were silent. Then my wife and I would have had a rubber of whist, but my daughters could not be prevailed upon to join. So we played whist with two dummies literally. My wife won the rubber and, fatigued with victory, put away the cards. 11:30 o'clock. No sign of the bug. The candles began to burn dim. My wife was just in the act of snuffing them when a sudden, violent, hollow, resounding, rumbling thumping was heard. Julia and Anna sprang to their feet. "All well," cried a voice from the street. It was the watchman, first ringing down his club on the pavement, and then following it up with this highly satisfactory verbal announcement. "All well. Do you hear that, my girls?" said I gaily. Indeed, it was astonishing how brave as Bruce I felt in company with three women, and two of them half frightened out of their wits. I rose from my pipe and took a philosophic smoke. Democritus forever, thought I. In profound silence I sat smoking, when lo, pop, 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 right under the table, a terrible popping. This time we all four sprang up, and my pipe was broken. Good heavens, what's that?
Spirits! Spirits!
Cried Julia.
Oh!
Cried Anna.
Shame,
said my wife.
It's that new bottled cider in the cellar going off. I told Biddy to wire the bottles today.
I shall here transcribe from memoranda kept during part of the night. 1 o'clock. No sign of the bug. Ticking continues. Wife getting sleepy. 2 o'clock. No sign of the bug. Ticking intermittent. Wife fast asleep. 3 o'clock. No sign of the bug. Ticking pretty steady. Julia and Anna getting sleepy. 4 o'clock. No sign of the bug. Ticking regular, but not spirited. Wife, Julia, and Anna all fast asleep in their chairs. 5 o'clock. No sign of the bug. Ticking faint. Myself feeling drowsy. The rest still asleep. So far, the journal. Rap, rap, rap. A terrific, portentous rapping against a door. Startled from our dreams, we started to our feet. Rap, rap, rap. Julia and Anna shrieked. I cowered in the corner.
You fools,
cried my wife.
It's the baker with the bread.
6 o'clock. She went to throw back the shutters, but ere it was done, a cry came from Julia. There, half in and half out of its crack, there wriggled the bug, flashing in the room's general dimness like a fiery opal. Had this bug had a tiny sword by its side, a Damascus sword, and a tiny necklace round its neck, a diamond necklace, and a tiny gun in its claw, brass gun, and a tiny manuscript in its mouth, a Chaldee manuscript, Julia and Anna could not have stood more charmed. In truth, it was a beautiful bug, a jeweler's bug, a bug like a sparkle of a glorious sunset. Julia and Anna had never dreamed of such a bug. To them, bug had been a word synonymous with hideousness. But this was a seraphical bug, or rather, all it had of the bug was the bee, for it was beautiful as a butterfly. Julia and Anna gazed and gazed. They were no more alarmed. They were delighted.
But how got this strange, pretty creature into the table?
Cried Julia.
Spirits can get anywhere,
replied Anna.
Pshaw,
said my wife. Do you hear any more ticking? Said I. They all applied their ears, but heard nothing. Well then, wife and daughters, now that it is all over, this very morning I will go and make inquiries about it.
Oh, do, Papa,
cried Julia.
Do go and consult Madame Patsy, the conjuress. Better go and consult Professor Johnson, the naturalist,
said my wife. Bravo, Mrs. Democritus, said I. Professor Johnson is the man. By good fortune, I found the professor in. Informing him briefly of the incident, he manifested a cool, collected sort of interest and gravely accompanied me home. The table was produced, the 2 openings pointed out, the bug displayed, and the details of the affair set forth, my wife and daughters being present. And now, Professor, said I, what do you think of it? Putting on his spectacles, the learned professor looked hard at the table and gently scraped with his penknife into the holes, but said nothing.
Is it not an unusual thing, this?
Anxiously asked Anna. Very unusual, miss. At which Julia and Anna exchanged significant glances.
But is it not wonderful, very wonderful? Demanded Julia.
Very wonderful, miss. My daughters exchanged still more significant glances, and Julia, emboldened, again spoke.
And must you not admit, sir, that it is the work of
Spirits? No, was the crusty rejoinder. My daughters, said I mildly, you should remember that this is not Madame Potsy, the conjuress you put your questions to, but the eminent naturalist, Professor Johnson. And now, Professor, I added, be pleased to explain, enlighten our ignorance. Without repeating all the learned gentleman said, for indeed, though lucid, he was a little prosy, let the following summary of his explication suffice. The incident was not wholly without example. The wood of the table was apple tree, a sort of tree much fancied by various insects. The bugs had come from eggs laid inside the bark of the living tree in the orchard. By careful examination of the position of the hole from which the last bug had emerged, in relation to the cortical layers of the slab, and then allowing for the 1.5 inches along the grain ere the bug had eaten its way entirely out, and then computing the whole number of cortical layers in the slab, with a reasonable conjecture for the number cut off from the outside, it appeared that the egg must have been laid in the tree some 90 years, more or less, before the tree could have been felled. But between the felling of the tree and the present time, how long might that be? It was a very old-fashioned table. Allow 80 years for the age of the table, which would make 150 years that the bug had laid in the egg. Such, at least, was Professor Johnson's computation. Now, Julia, said I, after that scientific statement of the case, though I confess I don't exactly understand it, where are your spirits? It is very wonderful as it is, but where are your spirits?
Where indeed, said
my wife. Why, now, she did not really associate this purely natural phenomenon with any crude spiritual hypothesis, did she? Observed the learned professor, with a slight sneer.
Say what you will, said
Julia, holding up in the covered tumbler the glorious, lustrous, flashing live opal.
Say what you will, if this beauteous creature be not a spirit, it yet teaches a spiritual lesson. For if, after 150 years' entombment, a mere insect comes forth at last into light, itself an effulgence, shall there be no glorified resurrection for the spirit of man? Spirits! Spirits!
She exclaimed with rapture.
I still believe in them with delight, when before I but thought of them with terror.
The mysterious insect did not long enjoy its radiant life. It expired the next day. But my girls have preserved it. Embalmed in a silver vinaigrette, it lies on the little apple tree table in the pier of the cedar parlor. And whatever lady doubts this story, my daughters will be happy to show her both the bug and the table, and point out to her, in the repaired slab of the latter, the 2 sealing wax drops designating the exact place of the 2 holes made by the 2 bugs, something in the same way in which are marked the spots where the cannonballs struck Brattle Street Church. End of The Apple Tree Table, or Original Spiritual Manifestations by Herman Melville. Recording by DanGNAjaGN Norris.
The Blue Stocking by Epes Sargent. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. When Madame de Staël asked Napoleon who he thought was the greatest woman ever to have lived, he promptly replied, "She who has borne the greatest number of children." My friend Mrs. Flutter differed in opinion from the First Consul. It would seem to have been her conviction that the greatest woman was she who had written the greatest number of stanzas, no matter what might be their quality. From this you will perceive that Mrs. Flutter was a blue stocking. I feel a certain delicacy in approaching this subject, for, to let the reader into a secret, it was in my editorial capacity that I first became acquainted with the heroine of my narrative, which, by the way, is every word true. She would send to me large rolls of manuscript tied with blue ribbons, accompanied by a triangular note which contained a request that I would read and inwardly digest her effusions, and publish them with such corrections in punctuation as I thought proper. Hard and perplexing is the fate of an editor. While gallantry urges him to admire, how often will discrimination compel to condemn? Professional confidence should be especially sacred, but it is my foible, when I have hit upon a good thing, to be reluctant to keep it to myself. I will tell you all about the fair Flutters, for it a laugh at the time, as a diner out of my acquaintance is in the habit of saying when his jests misfire. The shortest way of arriving at a competent knowledge of the domestic history and position of the Flutter family at the period to which I refer is to listen to a conversation between Flutter himself and Captain Plug, Plug, which took place at the house of the former while he and his friend were waiting for the appearance of dinner and Mrs. F. "Well, Flutter, my boy," said Plug, as he seated himself in an armchair before a comfortable wood fire, and drew both from his ankles over his knees as if he were encouraging them to get warm. "Well, Flutter, you are the most enviable dog of my acquaintance. A snug property, safe business, fine home, pretty wife, nice baby, good health, troops of friends. What in creation do you want more to make you happy? Ah, Flutter, I wish I had got married 20 years ago. Nothing like matrimony, I am convinced, to smooth the downhill path of life. Nothing like a sweet-tempered, cheerful, attentive, domestic, affectionate wife to fit a man for heaven. Zounds! If it wasn't for this confounded wig, these grey whiskers, I would propose for somebody tomorrow." Flutter suddenly placed his hand on his friend's shoulder and heaved a sigh. Then, patting him gently, he said in a mysterious tone, "Plug, take my advice, and keep as you are." "Keep as I am? You are the last man in the world, Dick, from whom I would expect such counsel. Are you not the happiest of husbands?" "Colonel," said Flutter, lowering his voice and casting a furtive glance about him, "I doubt if there is such a thing as a happy husband. Depend upon it, 'tis all a fable. He no more exists than the phoenix or the merman. When a poor devil is once caught in the connubial noose, pride, policy, and 1,000 obvious inducements prevent his letting the world see his disappointment and discontent. But, oh, believe me, there is not one who doesn't sigh bitterly and often for his free, gay, careless bachelor life. I speak confidentially, for we are old friends, and you are not so quite poorly off for subject for merriment as to make a jest of what I am telling you in sincerity of heart." "To be sure not, my dear boy. You amaze me, however, by what you say. I hope to be saved. I have looked upon you until this moment as one of the most fortunate of men." "Ah, Colonel, if you could but take a look behind the domestic curtain, you would see that all is not as it should be. Plug, I cannot well imagine a woman more unfitted to be a wife and mother than Mrs. Flutter." "Good gracious! You confound me. What can have happened? What is the matter?" "You may possibly remember that when I was an unmarried young man about the town, I was afflicted, like many other worthy young men, with a sort of rhyming mania, which, like whooping cough and the measles, attacks a certain juvenile constitutions, some with more and some with less virulence. I had it very badly for a time, as many an album and many a country newspaper will yet witness. In the height of my complaint, I encountered my present wife, then Miss Myrtle, a pretty, romantic girl, in short, a congenial spirit, who admired my poetry indeed, and played Eloise to my Abelard. I married her. Wretched blunder, fatal error. Explain yourself. Do you not see? My wife was a blue stocking, and a blue stocking she is still. Pray, what is a blue stocking? Alas, I can give you a whole vocabulary of definitions. She is a woman, Plug, who wears a blue stocking instead of a white, because they do not show dirt so soon, whereby she is saved the trouble of changing them as often as cleanliness would suggest. She is a literary character, and precious litter she keeps about her, to be sure. She is an individual who is too much absorbed in her own sublime imaginings to attend to the vulgar details of a household. She is careless and slatternly in her attire because she has heard that indifference to dress is a mark of genius. She neglects her children because she better loves the offspring of her brain. She prefers the venal praise of some dunce of a critic to her husband's affection. She would rather have you call her a bad wife than find fault with her Ode to Despair. She bores her visitors by reading her productions aloud, and is too lost in her own complacency to witness their impatience and sneers. In short, she is a sort of Lady Macbeth, who instead of plotting against the life of Duncan, murders the Queen's English. And is it possible, Dick, that your wife is such a woman as you describe? Without exaggeration, she is, Plug. It was no later than last night that she woke me from my first doze, saying what a fine idea had entered her head, and she must note it down. She rose from the bed and lit the lamp, not, however, before she had knocked down a book or two and waked the baby by the noise. Without taking the slightest notice of his crying, she sat down at a writing table and was soon in a fine frenzy over some trashy production, which she calls an ode, and there I was, sitting upright and shivering on the bed, with the baby screaming in my arms, while Mrs. Flutter was jotting down her fine ideas. Fine foolery. By George, it is too bad. So it is, Dick. We must find some way of reforming it. I really believe your wife at heart is all correct, as the politicians say. I can't help but laughing when I think of what a ridiculous figure I cut, rocking the baby to and fro in my night clothes, while the mother was writing poetry, piling up the agony, as the Western theatrical critic said of Forrest. It was a rich scene for a painter. What a thing Cruikshank would have made of it. Ha, ha, ha! I see you can extract some fun from your misery. What a subtle chemist is a sunny temper. Any other man but myself would go mad, I am sure, with such a wife. My dear friend, it was but the other day, the day of the Croton celebration, that on coming home, fatigued and sleepy, I learnt that all the servants in the house had been permitted to go to the theatre. Entering my chamber, I found the bed unmade, and will you believe it, Mrs. Flutter insisted on my making it myself, because she was just in the midst of a story, which she promised to complete for some sickly magazine. You made the bed, of course. What could I do but submit? Every day I am subjected to similar impositions. If a washerwoman is to be hired, or a bauble bought for the baby, I have to execute the commission. My wife's genius soars above such paltry domestic arrangements. She will have to take but one more step to set me to mending stockings or washing dishes. But, Dick, who encourages your wife in these preposterous practices? A few seedy gentlemen in black, hangers-on upon newspapers and periodicals, whom she invites to dinner, who pay for their grub in puffs. One of them called her the other day the Madame de Stael of America, and they all make her out the greatest literary phenomenon of the century. What hearty laughs they must be having among themselves at her infatuation and credulity. By the way, she has invited some of them to supper this evening. The poor devils are willing to swallow her poetry for the sake of the agréments which accompany it. stewed oysters, chicken salad, and champagne. Is there no way of unmasking the parasites? I can think of none. Can you? Yes. Suppose we... Here the entrance of Mrs. Flutter checked the conversation. The lady's manner was abstracted as she entered the room, and it was not until her husband said, "Colonel Plugg, my dear," that she abruptly started as if from a reverie, looking at her guest with lackluster eyes, and exclaimed, in a tone that would have done no discredit to Mrs. Siddons, "How fare you, sir?" Then, without waiting to hear his reply, walked towards the window, and, folding her arms, gazed up at the clouds. The colonel, in the meantime, took a survey of her person. Her dress was costly, but carelessly arranged. An elegant lace cape was parted at her right shoulder instead of on her bosom. A rich handkerchief which she held was soiled with ink spots, and her shoes were so worn as to exhibit the whole of the heels of her stockings. "Affectation, the grossest affectation," muttered the colonel as he finished his inspection and turned away. The colonel was sincerely attached to his friend Flutter, and seriously revolved in his mind various projects for curing the blue stocking of her infatuation. With this intent he took particular pains to make himself agreeable to her at table, and the dinner passed off cheerfully and acceptably to all. Plugg, to whom no topic came amiss, amused his friends with the anecdotes of their mutual acquaintances, discussed the latest new novel (he had never read a word of it, by the way) with Mrs. Flutter, and finally entered upon a disquisition in regard to the merits of Professor Cobweb and Mr. J. Doleful Drivel, whose contribution to the magazine seemed to excite the especial admiration of the blue-stocking. Although the colonel, ignorant fellow, had never before been aware of the existence of these tremendous luminaries, it was amazing to see with what spirit he entered into a controversy in regard to their writings. Cobweb seemed to be the lady's favourite, but her guests took up the cudgels for Drivel, and maintained the superiority of that prolific author in the most animated terms. At length the colonel adroitly broached the subject of Mrs. Flutter's own delectable productions. "You expect some literary friends to see you this evening, I believe?" asked he. "Yes, some gentlemen connected with the press who are anxious to read some new pieces of mine." "I have a plan for putting their good taste and critical honesty to the test. Will you hear it?" "Certainly. What may it be?" The colonel drew a shabby-looking newspaper from his pocket and said, "Here is a copy of the Chunkville Clarion, a smart little paper published in a town out west, which I bought at auction the other day. The Poet's Corner is filled with productions of the Chunkville bards. Now I wish you to give me one of your poems and allow me to read them out loud, as if coming from Chunkville, while the Chunkville poems shall be attributed to you." "You may try it," said Mrs. Flutter, after a pause, "but I am sure that Dobster and Dot will know my style. They have often told me they could detect it among 1,000. "We shall see," rejoined the colonel, struggling to repress a smile. 8 o'clock brought with it Messrs. Dobster and Dot, accompanied by a gentleman in a rusty suit of black, with a rather suspicious tinge of crimson to his face, whom they introduced as Reverend Mr. Drone, the author of Virgin's Vow and other poems. Mrs. Flutter received her new acquaintances very graciously, but was obliged candidly to confess that she had never before heard of Virgin's Vow, whereupon the reverend gentleman solemnly informed her that it had been printed merely for private distribution. As he said this, Mr. Dot was seen to puff out his cheek with his tongue and tread upon Mr. Dobster's toes. The literary gentlemen being all seated, the colonel said, I will first read to you a little poem called The Forsaken One, the authorship of which you of course recognize, and here he glanced significantly at the blue stocking and bowed. Then, placing the manuscript behind the newspaper so as to conceal his design, he recited some stanzas written by a young miss of 13 for the Chunkville Clarion. It was difficult to describe the ecstasy into which Messrs. Dobster, Dot, and Drone were thrown by this effusion. No term seemed adequate for the expression of their admiration. They clapped their hands and cried, "Beautiful! Superb! Sublime!" and seemed almost disposed to roll on the carpet in the excess of their transport. Mr. Drone, whose eyes had been adoringly fixed upon some champagne bottles and decanters on a side table, suddenly looked up towards the ceiling, shook his head, and heaved a deep sigh. His enthusiasm was obviously too deep for words. Pantomime could alone interpret it. A contemptuous smile began to settle upon Mrs. Flutter's lips. It was unnoticed by all except the Colonel, who resumed his elocutionary task by saying, "And now, gentlemen, I will, with your permission, read you some lines which I think extremely clever, by a young female friend of mine. I do not consider them unworthy to follow even the polished stanzas of our fair hostess." The blue stocking's heart beat high as the Colonel commenced reading her own elaborate Ode to Despair. She could not but admit he did perfect justice to it in the recitation, but notwithstanding this, he had not half completed it when the Reverend Mr. Drone gave a yawn, and said in an audible whisper to Dot, "Sad stuff, sad stuff." Dot nodded in acquiescence. Dobster played impatiently with his watch key, and, catching Mrs. Flutter's eye, shrugged his shoulders and made a wry face. The Colonel continued to read. Mr. Drone hemmed, laughed sneeringly, and suddenly interrupted him with, "Stop there, if you please, sir. What does the writer say? 'With frenzied eye he lifts his sphere, and calls the listening spheres to hear.' Allow me to expose the absurdity of those lines. The writer, after making Despair go through a variety of absurd antics, represents him as lifting a spear with a frenzied eye. Now it strikes me that a brawny arm would be much more useful to lift with. And calls the listening spheres to hear. If spheres are listening, they must, of course, hear. Tautology that. Then why have the two words so nearly allied in sound as spear and sphere? I think, sir, if the author is a friend of yours, your friendship should induce you not to expose her frailties any farther." "It is too sickening," exclaimed Dot. "Why dose us with such stuff after feasting our ears with the Forsaken One?" asked Mr. Dobster. Here the blue stocking, whose color during the last 10 minutes had been rapidly varying from white to red, from red to white, rose, put her handkerchief to her eyes, and rushed from the room. She did not appear there again during the evening. It is not difficult to anticipate the denouement of our story. We found Mrs. Flutter a blue stocking, but we do not leave her one. A fortnight after the occurrence just described, her husband called upon Colonel Plugg and said, "My dear friend, I can never sufficiently express to you my obligation for your lesson to my wife. It has entirely cured her of metromania, under which she labored. She thoroughly abhors the sight of pen, ink, and paper, and never wears her shoes down at the heel. She is now the best, most attentive, and amiable of wives, and I am the happiest dog that ever trod through Broadway. Come and dine with us this afternoon, and you shall see how effectual has been your prescription. Is the Reverend Mr. Drone to be present? No more of that, Hal. Why do you ask? because if you want to find him, I may be able to inform you to his whereabouts. The last time I saw him, he was standing at the corner of Chambers Street in the capacity of a peripatetic advertisement covered all over behind and before with placards, announcing the place of exhibition of the premium ox. Well, anything for an honest living. Will you come? Yes, with all my heart. End of The Blue Stocking by Epes Sargent. Read by Kelly Taylor.
The Conjuror's Revenge from Literary Lapses by Stephen Leacock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. The Conjuror's Revenge by Stephen Leacock. Now, ladies and gentlemen, said the conjurer, having shown you that the cloth is absolutely empty, I will proceed to take from it a bowl of goldfish. Presto! All around the hall the people were saying, "Oh, how wonderful! How does he do it?" But the quick man on the front seat said in a big whisper to the people near him, "He had it up his sleeve." Then the people nodded brightly at the quick man and said, "Oh, of course." And everybody whispered around the hall, "He had it up his sleeve." "My next trick," said the conjurer, "is the famous Hindustani rings. You will notice that the rings are apparently separate. At a blow, they will join. Clang, clang, clang. Presto!" There was a general buzz of stupefaction until the quick man was heard to whisper, "He must have had another lot up his sleeve." Again, everybody nodded and whispered, "The rings were up his sleeve." The brow of the conjurer was clouded with a gathering frown. "I will now," he continued, "show you the most amusing trick by which I am enabled to take any number of eggs from a hat. Will some gentleman kindly lend me his hat? Ah, thank you. Presto!" He extracted 17 eggs, and for 35 seconds the audience began to think that he was wonderful. Then the quick man whispered along the front bench, "He has a hen up his sleeve." And all the people whispered it on, "He has a hen up his sleeve." The egg trick was ruined. It went on like this all through. It transpired from the whispers of the quick man that the conjurer must have concealed up his sleeve, in addition to the rings, hens, and fish, several packs of cards, a loaf of bread, a doll's cradle, a live guinea pig, a 50-cent piece, and a rocking chair. The reputation of the conjurer was rapidly sinking below zero. At the close of the evening, he rallied for a final effort. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, "I will present to you in conclusion the famous Japanese trick recently invented by the natives of Tipperary. Will you, sir," he continued, turning toward the quick man, "will you kindly hand me your gold watch?" It was passed to him. "Have I your permission to put it into this mortar and pound it to pieces?" he asked savagely. The quick man nodded and smiled. The conjurer threw the watch into the mortar and grasped a sledgehammer from the table. There was a sound of violent smashing. "He's slipped it up his sleeve," whispered the quick man. "Now, sir," continued the conjurer, "will you allow me to take your handkerchief and punch holes in it? Thank you. You see, ladies and gentlemen, there is no deception. The holes are visible to the eye." The face of the quick man beamed. This time, the real mystery of the thing fascinated him. "And now, sir, will you kindly pass me your silk hat and allow me to dance on it? Thank you." The conjurer made a few rapid passes with his feet and exhibited the hat crushed beyond recognition. "And will you now, sir, take off your celluloid collar and permit me to burn it in a candle? Thank you, sir. And will you allow me to smash your spectacles for you with my hammer? Thank you. By this time, the features of the quick man were assuming a puzzled expression. This thing beats me, he whispered. I don't see through it a bit. There was a great hush upon the audience. Then the conjurer drew himself up to his full height, and with a withering look at the quick man, he concluded, Ladies and gentlemen, you will observe that I have, with this man's permission, broken his watch, burnt his collar, smashed his spectacles, and danced on his hat. If he will give me further permission to paint green stripes on his overcoat, or tie his suspenders in a knot, I shall be delighted to entertain you. If not, the performance is at an end. And amid a glorious burst of music from the orchestra, the curtain fell, and the audience dispersed, convinced that there were some tricks, at any rate, that were not done up the conjurer's sleeve. The end of The Conjuror's Revenge by Stephen Leacock.
The Fish by Anton Chekhov. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. The Fish. A summer morning. The air is still. There is no sound but the chirring of a grasshopper on the river bank, and somewhere the timid cooing of a turtle dove. Feathery clouds stand motionless in the sky, looking like snow scattered about. Gerasim, the carpenter, a tall, gaunt peasant with a curly red head and a face overgrown with hair, is floundering about in the water under the green willow branches near an unfinished bathing shed. He puffs and pants and, blinking furiously, is trying to get hold of something under the roots of the willows. His face is covered with perspiration. A couple of yards from him, Lubom the carpenter, a young hunchback with a triangular face and narrow Chinese-looking eyes, is standing up to his neck in water. Both Gerasim and Lubom are in shirts and linen breeches. Both are blue with cold, for they have been more than an hour already in the water. "But why do you keep poking with your hand?" cries the hunchback Lubom, shivering as though in a fever. "You blockhead! Hold him, or else he'll get away. The anathema! Hold him, I tell you." "He won't get away. Where can he get to? He's under a root," says Gerasim in a hoarse, hollow bass, which seems to come not from his throat, but from the depths of his stomach. "He's slippery. The beggar, there's nothing to catch hold of." "Get him by the gills, by the gills." "There's no seeing his gills. Stay, I've got hold of something. I've got him by the lip. He's biting, the brute." "Don't pull him out by the lip. Don't, or you'll let him go. Take him by the gills. Take him by the gills. You've begun poking with your hand again. You are a senseless man. The Queen of Heaven forgive me. Catch hold." "Catch hold," Gerasim mimics him. "You're a fine one to give orders. You'd better come and catch hold of him yourself, you hunchback devil. What are you standing there for?" "I would catch hold of him if it were possible. But can I stand by the bank, and me as short as I am? It's deep there." "It doesn't matter if it's deep. You must swim." The hunchback waves his arms, swims up to Gerasim, and catches hold of the twigs. At the first attempt to stand up, he goes into the water over his head and begins blowing up bubbles. "I told you it was deep," he said, rolling his eyes angrily. "Am I to sit on your neck or what?" "Stand on a root. There are a lot of roots like a ladder." The hunchback gropes for a root with his heel, and tightly gripping several twigs, stands on it. Having got his balance and established himself in his new position, he bends down, and trying not to get the water into his mouth, begins fumbling with his right hand among the roots. Getting entangled among the weeds and slipping on the mossy roots, he finds his hand in contact with the sharp pincers of a crayfish. "As though he wanted to see you, you demon," said Lubum, and he angrily flings the crayfish on the bank. At last his hand feels Gerassim's arm, and groping its way along, it comes to something cold and slimy. "Here he is," says Lubin with a grin. "A fine fellow. Move your fingers. I'll get him directly. By the gills! Stop! Don't prod me with your elbow. I'll have him in a minute. Only let me get hold of him. The beggar has got a long way under the roots. There is nothing to get hold of. One can't get to the head. One can only feel its belly. Kill that gnat on my neck. It's stinging. I'll get him by the gills directly. Come to one side and give him a push. Poke him with your finger." The hunchback puffs out his cheeks, holds his breath, opens his eyes wide, and apparently has already got his finger in the gills, but at that moment the twigs to which he is holding on with his left hand break, and losing his balance he plops into the water. Eddies race away from the bank as though frightened, and little bubbles come up from the spot where he has fallen in. The hunchback swims out and, snorting, clutches at the twigs. "You'll be drowned next, you stupid. I shall have to answer for you," wheezes Gerassim. "Clamber out. The devil take you. I'll get him out myself." High words follow. The sun is baking hot. The shadows begin to grow shorter and to draw in on themselves like horns of a snail. High grass, warmed by the sun, begins to give out a strong, heavy smell of honey. It will soon be midday, and Gerassim and Lubum are still floundering under the willow tree. The husky bass and the shrill frozen tenor persistently disturb the stillness of the summer day. "Pull him out by the gills! Pull him out! Stay, I'll push him out. Where are you shoving your great ugly fist? Poke him with your finger, you pig's face! Get round by the side. Get to the left, to the left! There's a big hole on the right. You'll be a supper for the water devil. Pull it up by the lip." There is the sound of the flick of a whip. A herd of cattle, driven by Yefim, saunter lazily down the sloping bank to drink. The shepherd, a decrepit old man with one eye and a crooked mouth, walks with his head bowed, looking at his feet. The first to reach the water are the sheep, then come the horses, and last of all the cows. "Push him from below," he hears Lubum's voice. "Stick your finger in. Are you deaf, fellow, or what? Tflaw!" "What are you lads after?" shouts Yefim. "An eel-pout. We can't get him out. He's hidden under the roots. Get round to the side, to the side." For a minute Yefim screws up his eye at the fisherman. Then he takes off his bark shoes, throws his sack off his shoulders, and takes off his shirt. He has not the patience to take off his breeches, but making the sign of the cross, he steps into the water, holding out his thin dark arms to balance himself. For 50 paces he walks along the slimy bottom, then he takes to swimming. "Wait a minute, lads," he shouts. "Wait! Don't be in a hurry to pull him out. You'll lose him. You must do it properly." Yefim joins the carpenters, and all three, shoving each other with their knees and their elbows, puffing and swearing at one another, bustle about the same spot. Lubum, the hunchback, gets a mouthful of water, and the air rings with his hard, spasmodic coughing. "Where's the shepherd?" comes a shout from the bank. "Yefim! Shepherd! Where are you? The cattle are in the garden. Drive them out! Drive them out of the garden! Where is he, the old brigand?" The first men's voices are heard, then a woman's. The master himself, Andrei Andreitch, wearing a dressing-gown made of a Persian shawl and carrying a newspaper in his hand, appears from behind the garden fence. He looks inquiringly towards the shouts which come from the river, and then trips rapidly toward the bathing shed. "What's this? Who's shouting?" he asks sternly, seeing through the branches of the willow the 3 wet heads of the fisherman. "What are you so busy about there?" "Catching a fish," mutters Yefim without raising his head. "I'll give it to you. The beasts are in the garden and he is fishing. When will that bathing shed be done, you devils? You've been at work 2 days, and what is there to show for it? It will be soon done, grunts Gerasim. Summer is long. You'll have plenty of time to wash, your honor. We can't manage this eel-pout here anyhow. He's got under a root, and sits there as if he were in a hole, and won't budge one way or another. An eel-pout, says the master, and his eyes began to glisten. Get him out quickly, then. You'll give us half a rouble for it presently, if we oblige you. A huge eel-pout, as fat as a merchant's wife. It's worth half a rouble, your honor, for the trouble. Don't squeeze him, Lubin. Don't squeeze him, you'll spoil him. Push him up from below. Pull the root upwards, my good man. What's your name? Upwards, not downwards, you brute. Don't swing your legs. 5 minutes pass. 10. The master loses all patience. Vasily, he shouts, turning towards the garden. Vaska, call Vasily to me. The coachman Vasily runs up. He is chewing something and breathing hard. Go into the water, the master orders him. Help them to pull out that eel-pout. They can't get him out. Vasily rapidly undresses and gets into the water. In a minute, I'll get him in a minute, he mutters. Where's the eel-pout? We'll have him out in a trice. You better go, Yefim. An old man like you ought to be minding his own business instead of being here. Where's that eel-pout? I'll have him in a minute. Here he is. Let go. What's the good of saying that? We know all about that. You get it out. But there is no getting it out like this. One must get hold of it by the head. And the head is under the root. We know that, you fool. Now then, don't talk or you'll catch it, you dirty cur. Before the master uses such language, mutters Yefim. You won't get him out, lads. He's fixed himself much too cleverly. Wait a minute, I'll come directly, says the master, and he begins hurriedly undressing. 4 fools and can't get an eel-pout. When he is undressed, Andrei Andreitch gives himself time to cool and gets into the water. But even his interference leads to nothing. We must chop off the root, Lubin decides at last. Gerasim, go and get an axe. Give me an axe. Don't chop your fingers off, says the master, when the blows of the axe on the root under water are heard. Yefim, get out of this. Stay. I'll get the eel-pout. You'll never do it. The root is hacked a little. They partly break it off, and Andrei Andreitch, to his immense satisfaction, feels his fingers under the gills of the fish. I'm pulling him out, lads. Don't crowd round. Stand still. I'm pulling him out. The head of the big eel-pout, and behind it its long black body, nearly a yard long, appears on the surface of the water. The big fish flaps its tail heavily and tries to tear itself away. None of your nonsense, my boy. Fiddlesticks, I've got you. Ha! A honeyed smile overspreads all the faces. A minute passes in silent contemplation. A famous eel-pout, mutters Yefim, scratching under his shoulder blades. I'll be bound it weighs 10 pounds. Yes, the master assents. The liver is fairly swollen. It seems to stand out. Ah! The fish makes a sudden, unexpected upward movement with its tail, and the fishermen hear a loud splash. They all put out their hands, but it is too late. They have seen the last of the eel-pout. End of The Fish by Anton Chekhov.
The Great Plague by A.L.O.E. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Horner from Ballyclare, in County Antrim, Northern Ireland, situated in the northeast of the island of Ireland. The Great Plague. Fools make a mock at sin. Proverbs chapter 14, verse 9. What a violent storm is raging, said Thorn, the teacher, to his scholars, as, after having dismissed them at the close of the school hours, he found them clustering together in the porch, afraid of venturing forth into the pelting rain, pouring down in large, heavy drops, mingled with hail, which danced on the wet, brown pavement. Come back into the room, my children. It is better than standing there in the cold. Amuse yourselves as you like until the weather clears up, while I occupy myself with reading." The boys gladly availed themselves of the permission, and began to play together in one part of the room, while the weary teacher sat down in another, rested his pale brow on his hand, and tried, as far as the noise and talking would let him, to forget his fatigue in a book. He soon, however, found it impossible not to hear what was passing. His eye rested, indeed, on the page, but his mind could not take in the sense of it. He loved his pupils too well to think that his care of them should end with the hours of study. He looked on the immortal beings committed to his charge as those for whom he must one day render an account to his God and theirs. "No, we're all tired of that," cried the voice of Bat Nayland, as some well-known game was proposed. "I know something that will give us a deal more fun. Let's play the highwayman and the judge." "What's that? What's that?" cried a dozen young voices. "Oh, it's what I saw at the Penny Theatre, about a clever thief robbing a judge. Only think, robbing a judge." The last words were repeated around the room in various tones of amusement and surprise. "Oh, you shall know all about it, but first we must arrange the parts. You, Pat, shall be the thief, and I will be the judge." "No, you shall be the judge and I the thief," he interrupted by a burst of laughter. "Be quiet, will you? Who'll be the policeman?" I," cried several of the children, eager to join in the proposed play. "Now, Sam, you shall be the fat landlady." There was another roar of merriment, louder than before, for you must know that the thief is to get drunk. That's how he is to be taken by the policeman, and he staggers here and there. Bat began to imitate the unsteady movements of an intoxicated man, amid the renewed mirth of the children, and when they seize him he calls out a great oath. You shall hear it, all, just as I heard it. "I hope not," said Thorn, very quietly, raising his eyes from his book. The boys were quiet in a moment. They had almost forgotten the presence of their teacher. "Why, sir, do you think that there is any harm?" said Bat Nayland. "It does not make us thieves to have a little fun about them. It lessens your horror for their crime. And remember the words in the Bible, 'Fools make a mock at sin.' Can you imagine any true child of God laughing at theft, drunkenness, and swearing?" There was profound silence in the room. This is one cause, I believe, why penny theatres are one of the most fruitful sources of vice and ruin to those who attend them. Wickedness, instead of appearing hateful, as it does in God's word, is made amusing and even sometimes attractive. And those who willingly place themselves in the way of being corrupted by such sights only mock the Holy One when they pray, "Lead us not into temptation." "But," continued the teacher in a more cheerful tone, "if I have stopped your amusement in one way, it is but fair that I should continue to it in another. I hear the rain still pattering without. What would you say to my telling you a story?" "A story? A story?" repeated the scholars, forming in a little circle around their teacher. For where are the children to be found upon earth on whom that word does not act like a spell? "Is now, long, long ago," commenced Thorn, "nearly 200 years, since the fearful plague raged in London. Nothing which we have witnessed in these happier days can give an idea of the horrors of that time. It is said that nearly 70,000 people perished of this awful malady. Some authors seized him. The swelling under their arms, the pain in their throat, the black spots, which were signs of the plague. His very servants fled from him in terror. And unless some one was found to help the sufferer from love even stronger than fear of death, he was left to perish alone. For the plague was fearfully infectious. When a door was marked with a cross, the sign that the fearful scourge had entered the house, It was shunned by all but the driver of the dead cart, that gloomy conveyance which moved slowly through the silent streets to carry away the bodies of those who had sunk beneath the terrible disease. "Was London ever in such a horrible state?" cried Bat Nayland. "It must have been 1,000 times worse than the cholera. What I have told you about it I believe to be strictly true. I leave you all, however, to judge whether what I am about to relate can be so. In a small house, at the time when the plague was raging, dwelt a widow with 5 young children. She loved them with the fondest, truest love. They were all that were left her in the world. From the first appearance of the plague in London, her heart had been full of painful anxiety, far less from herself than for them. Determined to take every human precaution to guard her little ones from danger, she forbade them to quit the house, which she only left herself in order to procure food, holding a handkerchief steeped in vinegar before her face, as far as possible to keep out infection. Her anxiety became yet more distressing when she saw one morning on the door of the very opposite house the fatal sign marked, and below it chalked the heart-touching words, "Lord have mercy upon us." That day the mother was compelled to go out for bread. She left her home with a very heavy heart, first looking earnestly upon all and each of her children, to see if they yet appeared healthy and well, repeating her command that none should stir out, and inwardly breathing a prayer that the Almighty would preserve them during her absence. As she returned with hurried steps towards her home, shuddering at the recollection of the sights of horror which she had seen in the course of her walk, with terror she observed her eldest son playing upon the very threshold of the infected house, and trying to imitate with a piece of chalk the dreadful signs upon the door. The little idiot! He must have been without his senses. What did the poor mother do? Were the exclamations which burst from Thorn's listeners? She could not speak. In the transport of her anger and grief, she seized him by the arm and dragged him into her own house, with feelings which only a mother can understand. She found her 4 other children assembled in her little parlour, amusing themselves by, would you believe it, playing at catching the plague. "Oh, no, no," cried the children at once. "You told us that we should judge whether the story were true, and we are sure that this cannot be true." "And why now?" inquired the teacher. "Because," answered Bat, replying for the rest, "the plague was too horrible a thing to make a joke of, just at a time when their mother was so anxious, when thousands were suffering so much around them. No, no, that would have been too bad. They could never have made game of the plague. And yet, what were my pupils doing 10 minutes ago but making game of a far worse disease than the plague, the fatal disease of sin? Its spots are blacker, the pain it gives more terrible. Often has it caused the death of the body, and, except where repented of and forsaken, the endless death of the soul. O my children, it may be your lot, as it was that mother's, to be obliged to go out and meet the danger. For the Almighty may have seen good to place you in situations of great temptation. But if so, take every means of guarding your own hearts by faith, watchfulness, and prayer. But never wilfully throw yourselves into temptation. Do not play upon the threshold of the infected house. Do not trifle with the danger which it is possible to avoid. And when inclined to think lightly or speak lightly of that which brought ruin and death into the world, remember that fools make a mock at sin, but that to free us from its terrible disease and the fatal consequences which it brings, cost the eternal Son of the Most High tears, blood, and even life itself. Fools make a mock at sin, but God's wiser children do not so. They know too well the strife with sin, how hard the battle is to win. They laugh not at the wind within, for they its dangers know. O guide thy mirth by wisdom's rules, for sorrow ends the laugh of fools. Fools make a mock at sin, but oh, lost, guilty spirits do not so. They know too well the price it cost, they know through it that heaven was lost. No drowning seaman, tempest-tossed, jests as he sinks below. O guide thy mirth by wisdom's rules, for sorrow ends the laugh of fools. Fools make a mock at sin, but oh, God's holy angels do not so. For they upon the cross have gazed, the cross which sin our sin had raised, and viewed all wondering and amazed a Saviour's life-blood flow. Then write these words, thy heart within, fools, and fools only mock at sin. End of The Great Plague by A.L.O.E.
The Hoard of the Gibbelins, from the Book of Wonder by Lord Dunsany. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. The Hoard of Gibbelins, from the Book of Wonder by Lord Dunsany. The Gibbelins eat, as is well known, nothing less good than man. Their evil tower is joined to terra cognita, to the lands we know, by a bridge. Their hoard is beyond reason. Avarice has no use for it. They have a separate cellar for emeralds and a separate cellar for sapphires. They have filled a hole with gold and dig it up when they need it. And the only use that is known for their ridiculous wealth is to attract to their larder a continual supply of food. In times of famine, they have even been known to scatter rubies abroad, a little trail of them, to some city of man, and, sure enough, their larders would soon be full again. Their tower stands on the other side of the river known to Homer, Ho Rus Oceanio, as he called it, which surrounds the world, and where the river is narrow and fordable, the tower was built by the Gibbelins' gluttonous sires, for they like to see burglars rowing easily to their steps. Some nourishment that common soil has not, the huge trees drained there with their colossal roots from both banks of the river. There the Gibbelins lived, and discreditably fed. Aldrich, Knight of the Order of the City and the Assault, hereditary guardian of the king's peace of mind, a man not unremembered among makers of myth, pondered so long upon the Gibbelins' hoard that by now he deemed it his. Alas, that I should say of so perilous a venture, undertaken at dead of night by a valorous man, that its motive was sheer avarice. Yet upon avarice only the Gibbelins relied to keep their larders full, and once in every 100 years sent spies into the cities of men to see how avarice did, and always the spies returned again to the tower, saying that all was well. It may be thought that as the years went on, and men came to fearful ends on that tower's wall, fewer and fewer would come to the Gibbelins' table, but the Gibbelins found otherwise. Not in all the folly and frivolity of his youth did Aldrich come to the tower, but he studied carefully for several years the manner in which burglars met their doom when they went in search of the treasure that he considered his. In each case they had entered by the door. He consulted those who gave advice on this quest. He noted every detail and carefully paid their fees, and determined to do nothing that they advised. For what were their clients now? No more than examples of the savory art, and mere half-forgotten memories of a meal, and many, perhaps, no longer even that. These were the requisites for the quest that these men used to advise: a horse, a boat, mail armor, and at least 3 men in arms. Some say Blow the horn at the tower door. Others say, Do not touch it. Aldrich thus decided. He would take no horse down to the river's edge. He would not row along it in a boat, and he would go alone, and by way of the forest impassable. How pass, you say, the impassable? This was his plan. There was a dragon he knew of, who, if the peasant's prayers are heeded, deserved to die, not alone because of the number of maidens he cruelly slew, but because he was bad for the crops. He ravaged the very land, and was the bane of the dukedom. Now Aldrich was determined to go up against him. So he took horse and spear, and pricked until he met the dragon, and the dragon came out against him, breathing bitter smoke. And to him Aldrich shouted, Hath foul dragon ever slain true knight? And well the dragon knew that this had never been, and he hung his head and was silent, for he was glutted with blood. Then said the knight, If thou wouldest ever taste maiden's blood again, thou shalt be my trusty steed. And if not, by this spear there shall befall thee all that the troubadours tell of the dooms of thy breed. And the dragon did not open his ravening mouth, nor rush upon the knight, breathing out fire. For well he knew the fate of those that did these things, but he consented to the terms imposed, and swore to the knight to become his trusty steed. It was on a saddle upon the dragon's back that Aldrich afterward sailed above the impassable forest, even above the tops of those measureless trees, children of wonder. But first he pondered that subtle plan of his, which was more profound than merely to avoid all that had been done before. And he commanded a blacksmith, and the blacksmith made him a pickaxe. Now there was great rejoicing at the rumor of Aldrich's quest, for all folk knew that he was a cautious man, and they deemed he would succeed and enrich the world, and they rubbed their hands in the cities at the thought of largesse, and there was joy among all men in Aldrich's country, except perchance among the lenders of money, who feared they would soon be paid. And there was rejoicing also because men hoped that when the Gibbelins were robbed of their hoard, they would shatter their high-built bridge, and break the golden chains that bound them to the world, and drift back, they and their tower, to the moon from which they had come, and to which they rightly belonged. There was little love for the Gibbelins, though all men envied their hoard. So they all cheered that day when he mounted his dragon, as though he was already a conqueror. And what pleased them more than the good that they hoped he would do to the world was that he scattered gold as he rode away. For he would not need it, he said, if he found the Gibbelins' hoard, and he would not need it more if he smoked on the Gibbelins' table. When they heard that he had rejected the advice of those who gave it, some said that the knight was mad, and others said he was greater than those who gave the advice, but none appreciated the worth of his plan. He reasoned thus. For centuries men had been well advised and had gone by the cleverest way, while the Gibbelins came to expect them to come by boat, and to look for them at the door whenever their larder was empty, even as a man looketh for a snipe in the marsh. But how, said Aldrich, if a snipe should sit in the top of a tree, and would men find him there? Assuredly never. So Aldrich decided to swim the river, and not go by the door, but to pick his way into the tower through the stone. Moreover, it was in his mind to work below the level of the ocean, the river, as Homer knew, that girdles the world, so that as soon as he made a hole in the wall, the water should pour in, confounding the Gibbelins, and flooding the cellars, rumored to be 20 feet in depth, and therein he would dive for emeralds as a diver dives for pearls. And on the day that I tell of, he galloped away from his home, scattering largesse of gold, as I have said, and passed through many kingdoms, the dragon snapping at maidens as he went, but being unable to eat them because of the bit in his mouth, and earned no gentler reward than the spur thrust where he was softest. And so they came to the sward arboreal precipice of the unpassable forest. The dragon rose at it with a rattle of wings. Many a farmer near the edge of the world saw him up there, where yet the twilight lingered, a faint, black, wavering line, and mistaking him for a row of geese going inland from the ocean, went into their houses cheerily rubbing their hands and saying that winter was coming, and that we should soon have snow. Soon even there the twilight faded away, and when they descended at the edge of the world it was night, and the moon was shining. Ocean, the ancient river, narrow and shallow there, flowed by and made no murmur. Whether the Gibbelins banqueted or whether they watched by the door, they also made no murmur. And Aldrich dismounted, and took his armor off, and saying one prayer to his lady, swam with his pickaxe. He did not part from his sword for fear that he meet with the Gibbelin. Landed on the other side, he began to work at once, and all went well for him. Nothing put out its head from any window, and all were lighted so that nothing within could see him in the dark. The blows of his pickaxe were dulled by the deep walls. All night he worked. No sound came to molest him, and at the dawn the last rock swerved and tumbled inward, and the river poured in after it. Then Aldrich took a stone and went to the bottom step and hurled the stone at the door. He heard the echoes roll through the tower, and then he ran back and dived through the hole in the wall. He was in the emerald cellar. There was no light in the lofty vault above him, but, diving through 20 feet of water, he felt the floor all rough with emeralds, and open coffers full of them. By a faint ray of the moon he saw that the water was green with them, and, easily filling a satchel, he rose again to the surface, and there were the Gibbelins waist deep in the water, with torches in their hands, and without saying a word, or even smiling, they neatly hanged him on the outer wall. And the tale is one of those that does not have a happy ending. The End of the Hoard of the Gibbelins by Lord Dunsany. This recording is in the public domain.
Jacob Jones, or The Man Who Couldn't Get Along in the World, by T.S. Arthur. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Jacob Jones, or The Man Who Couldn't Get Along in the World. Jacob Jones was clerk in a commission store at a salary of $500 a year. He was just 22 and had been receiving this salary for 2 years. Jacob had no one to care for but himself, but somehow or other it happened that he did not lay up any money, but instead usually had from $50 to $100 standing against him on the books of his tailors. "How much money do you have laid by, Jacob?" said one day the merchant who employed him. This question came upon Jacob rather suddenly, and, coming from the source that it did, was not an agreeable one, for the merchant was a very careful and economical man. "I haven't laid by anything yet," replied Jacob with a slight air of embarrassment. "You haven't?" said the merchant in surprise. "Why, what have you done with your money?" "I've spent it somehow or other." "It must have been somehow or other, I should think, or somehow else," returned the employer, half seriously and half playfully. "But really, Jacob, you are a very thoughtless young man to waste your money." "I don't think I waste my money," said Jacob. "What, then, have you done with it?" asked the merchant. "It cost me the whole amount of my salary to live." The merchant shook his head. "Then you live extravagantly for a young man of your age and condition. How much do you pay for boarding?" $4 a week. Too much, buy from 50 cents to $1, but even paying that sum, $4 more per week, ought to meet fully all your other expenses and leave you what would amount to nearly $100 per annum to lay by. I saved nearly $200 a year on a salary no larger than you receive." "I should like very much to know how you did it. I can't save a cent. In fact, I hardly ever have $10 in my pocket." "Where does your money go, Jacob? In what way do you spend $100 a year more than is necessary?" "They are spent, I know, and that is pretty much all I can tell about it," replied Jacob. "You can certainly tell by your private account book." "I don't keep any private accounts, sir." "You don't?" in surprise. "No, sir. What's the use? My salary is $500 a year, and wouldn't be any more nor less if I kept an account of every half cent of it." The merchant said no more. His mind was made up about his clerk. The fact that he spent $500 a year and kept no private account was enough for him. He'll never be any good to himself nor anybody else. Spend his whole salary. Keep no private account. This was the opinion held of Jacob Jones by his employer from that day. The reason why he had inquired as to how much money he had saved was this. He had a nephew, a poor young man, who, like Jacob, was a clerk, and showed a good deal of ability for business. His salary was rather more than what Jacob received, and, like Jacob, he spent it all, but not on himself. He supported, mainly, his mother and a younger brother and sister. A good chance for a small but safe beginning was seen by the uncle, which would require only about $1,000 as an investment. In his opinion, it would be just the thing for Jacob and the nephew. Supposing that Jacob had $400 or $500 laid by, it was his intention, if he approved of the thing, to furnish his nephew with a like sum in order to join him and enter into business. But the acknowledgment of Jacob that he had not saved $1 and that he kept no private account settled the matter in the merchant's mind as far as he was concerned. About a month afterward, Jacob met his employer's nephew, who said, "I'm going into business." "You are?" "Yes." "What are you going to do?" "Open a commission store." "Ah, can you get any good consignments?" "I'm to have the agency for a new mill which has just commenced operations, beside consignments of goods from several small concerns at the East." "You'll have to make advances." "To no great extent. My uncle has secured the agency of the new mill here without any advance being required, and $800 or $1,000 will be as much as I shall need to secure as many goods as I can sell from the other establishment of which I speak." "But where will the $800 or $1,000 come from?" "My uncle has placed $1,000 at my disposal. Indeed, the whole thing is the result of his recommendation." "Your uncle? You are a lucky dog. I wish I had a rich uncle, but there is no such good fortune for me." This was the conclusion of Jacob Jones, who made himself quite unhappy for some weeks, brooding over the matter. He never once dreamed of the real cause of his not having had an equal share in his young friend's good fortune. He had not the most distant idea that his employer felt nearly as much regard for him as for his nephew, and would have promoted his interests as quickly if he had felt justified in doing so. "It's my luck, I suppose," was the final conclusion of his mind, "and it's no use to cry about it. Anyhow, it isn't every man with a rich uncle and $1,000 advance who succeeds in business, nor every man who starts without capital that is unsuccessful. I understand as much about business as the old man's nephew any day, and can get consignments as well as he can." 3 or 4 months after this, Jacob notified the merchant that he was going to start for himself, and asked his interest as far as he could give it, without interfering with his own business. His employer did not speak very encouragingly about the matter, which offended Jacob. "He's afraid I'll injure his nephew," he said to himself, "but he needn't be uneasy. The world is wide enough for us all, the old hunks." Jacob borrowed a couple of $100, took a store at $500 a year rent, and employed a clerk and porter. He then sent his circulars to a number of manufactories at the East, announcing the fact of his having opened a new commission house and soliciting consignments. His next move was to leave his boarding house, where he had been paying $4 a week, and take lodgings at a hotel at $7 a week. Notwithstanding Jacob went regularly to the post office twice every day, few letters came to hand, and but few of them contained bills of lading and invoices. The result of the first year's business was an income from commission on sales of $700. Against this were the items of $1,000 for personal expenses, $500 for store rent, $700 for clerk and porter, and for petty and contingent expenses, $200, leaving the uncomfortable deficit of $1,700, which stood against him in the form of bills payable for sales effected, and small notes of accommodation borrowed from his friends. The result of the first year's business of his old employer's nephew was very different. The gross profits were $3,000, and the expenses as followed. Personal expense, $700, just what the young man's salary had previously been, and out of which he supported his mother and her family. Store rent, $300, porter, $250, petty expenses, $100, in all, $1,350, leaving a net profit of $1,650. It will be seen that he did not go to the expense of a clerk during the first year. He preferred working a little harder and keeping his own books, by which an important saving was effected. At the end of the second year, notwithstanding Jacob Jones's business more than doubled itself, he was compelled to wind up, and found himself $2,500 worse than nothing. Several of his unpaid bills to Eastern houses were placed in suit, and as he lived in a state where imprisonment for debt still existed, he was compelled to go through the forms required by the insolvent laws to keep clear of durance vile. At the very period when he was driven under by adverse gales, his young friend, who had gone into business about the same time, found himself under the necessity of employing a clerk. He offered Jones a salary of $400, the most he believed himself yet justified in paying. This was accepted, and Jacob found himself once more standing upon terra firma. Although the portion upon which his feet rested was very small, still it was terra firma, and that was something. The real causes of his ill success never for a moment occurred to the mind of Jacob. He considered himself an unlucky dog. Everything that some people touch turns to money, he would sometimes say, but I wasn't born under a lucky star. Instead of rigidly bringing down his expenses, as he ought to have done, to $400, if he had had to live in a garret and cook his own food, Jacob went back to his old boarding house and paid $4 a week. All his other expenses required at least $8 more to meet them. He was perfectly aware that he was living beyond his income. The exact excess he did not stop to ascertain, but he expected an increase of salary before long, as a matter of course, either in his present situation or in a new one. But no increase took place for 2 years, and then he was between $300 and $400 in debt to tailors, bootmakers, his landlady, and to sundry friends to whom he applied for small sums of money in case of emergency. One day about this time 2 men were conversing together quite earnestly, as they walked leisurely along one of the principal streets of the city where Jacob resided. One was past the prime of life, and the other about 22. They were father and son, and the subject of conversation related to the wish of the latter to enter into business. The father did not think the young man was possessed of sufficient knowledge of business or experience, and was therefore desirous of associating someone with him who could make up these deficiencies. If he could just find the person that pleased him, he was ready to advance capital and credit to an amount somewhere within the neighbourhood of $20,000. For some months he had been thinking of Jacob, who was a first-rate salesman, had a good address, and was believed by him to possess business habits eminently conducive to success. The fact that he had once failed was something of a drawback in his mind, but he had asked Jacob the reason of his ill success, which was so plausibly explained, that he considered the young man as simply unfortunate in not having capital and nothing else. "I think Mr. Jones just the right man for you," the father said as they walked along. "I don't know of any one with whom I had rather form a business connection. He is a man of good address, business habits, and, as far as I know, good principles." "Suppose you mention the subject to him this afternoon." This was agreed to. The two men then entered the shop of a fashionable tailor for the purpose of ordering some clothes. While there, a man having the appearance of a collector came in and drew the tailor aside. Their conversation was brief but earnest, and concluded by the tailor's saying, so loud that he could be heard by all who were standing near, "It's no use to waste your time with him any longer. Just hand over the account to Simpson and let him take care of it." The collector turned away, and the tailor came back to his customers. "It is too bad," he said, "the way some of these young fellows do serve us. I have now several $1,000s on my books against clerks who receive salaries large enough to support them handsomely, and I can't collect $1 of it. There is Jacob Jones, whose account I have just ordered to be placed in the hands of a lawyer. He owes me nearly $200, and I can't get a cent out of him. I call him little better than a scamp." The father and son exchanged glances of significance, but said nothing. The fate of Jacob Jones was sealed. "If that is the case," said the father as they stepped into the street, "the less we have to do with him, the better." To this the son assented. Another, more prudent young man was selected, whose fortune was made. When Jacob received Lawyer Simpson's note, threatening a suit if the tailor's bill were not paid, he was greatly disturbed. "Am I not the most unfortunate man in the world?" he said to himself by way of consolation. "After having paid him so much money to be served like this, it is too bad. But this is the way of the world. Let a poor devil once get a little under the weather, and everyone must have a kick at him." In this dilemma poor Jacob had to call upon the tailor and beg him for further time. This was humiliating, especially as the tailor was considerably out of humour and disposed to be hard with him. A threat to apply for the benefit of the insolvent law again, if a suit was pressed to an issue, finally induced the tailor to waive legal proceedings for the present, and Jacob had the immediate terrors of the law taken from before his eyes. This event set Jacob to thinking and calculating what he had never before deemed necessary in his private affairs. The result did not make him feel any happier. To his astonishment, he ascertained that he owed more than the whole of his next year's salary would pay, while that was not in itself sufficient to meet his current expenses. For some weeks after this discovery of the real state of his affairs, Jacob was very unhappy. He applied for an increase of salary and obtained the addition of $100 per annum. This was something, which was all that could be said. If he could live on $400 a year, which he had never yet been able to do, the addition to his salary would not pay his tailor's bill within 2 years. And what was he to do with bootmaker, landlady, and others? It happened about this time that a clerk in the bank where his old employer was a director died. His salary had been $1,000. For the vacant place Jacob made immediate application, and was so fortunate as to secure it. Under other circumstances, Jacob would have refused a salary of $1,500 in a bank against $500 in a counting room, and for the reason that a bank or office clerk has little or no hope beyond his salary all his life, while a counting-house clerk, if he have any aptness for trade, stands a fair chance of getting into business sooner or later, and making his fortune as a merchant. But a debt of $400 hanging over his head was an argument in favour of a clerkship in the bank, at a salary of $1,000 a year, not to be resisted. "I'll keep it until I get even with the world again," he consoled himself by saying, "and then I'll go back into a counting room. I've an ambition above being a bank clerk all my life." Painful experience had made Jacob a little wiser. For the first time in his life he commenced keeping an account of his personal expenses. This acted as a salutary check upon his bad habit of spending money for every little thing that happened to strike his fancy, and enabled him to clear off his whole debt within the first year. Unwisely, however, he had, during this time, promised to pay some old debts from which the law had released him. The person holding these claims, finding him in the receipt of a higher salary, made an appeal to his honour, which, like an honest but not a prudent man, he responded to by a promise of payment as soon as it was in his power. But little time elapsed after these promises were made before he found himself in the hands of constables and magistrates, and was only saved from imprisonment by getting friends to go his bail for 6 and 9 months. In order to secure them, he had to give an order in advance for his salary. To get these burdens off his shoulders, it took 12 months longer, and then he was nearly 30 years of age. 30 years old, he said to himself on his 30th birthday. Can it be possible? Long before this I ought to have been doing a flourishing business, and here I am, nothing but a bank clerk, with the prospect of never rising a step higher as long as I live. I don't know how it is that some people get along so well in the world. I am sure I am as industrious and can do business as well as any man, but here I am, still at the point from which I started 20 years ago. I can't understand it. I'm afraid there's more in luck than I'm willing to believe. From this time Jacob set himself to work to obtain a situation in some store or counting room, and finally, after looking about for nearly a year, was fortunate enough to obtain a good place as bookkeeper and salesman, with a wholesale grocer and commission merchant. $700 was to be his salary. His friends called him a fool for giving up an easy place at $1,000 a year for a hard one at $700, but the act was a much wiser one than many others of his life. Instead of saving money during the 3rd year of his receipt of $1,000, he spent the whole of his salary without paying off a single debt. His private account keeping had continued through a year and a half. After that it was abandoned. Had it been continued, it might have saved him $300 or $400, which were now all gone, and nothing to show for them. Poor Jacob! Experience did not make him much wiser. 2 years passed, and at least half a dozen young men here and there around our friend Jacob went into business either as partners in some old houses or under the auspices of relatives or interested friends. But there appeared no opening for him. He did not know that many times during that period he had been the subject of conversation between parties, one or both of which were looking out for a man of thorough business qualifications against which capital would be placed, nor the fact that either his first failure, his improvidence, or something else personal to himself had caused him to be set aside for some other one not near so capable. He was lamenting his ill luck one day when a young man with whom he was very well acquainted, and who was clerk in a neighbouring store, called in and said that he wanted to have some talk with him about a matter of interest to both. "First of all, Mr. Jones," said the young man after they were alone, "how much capital could you raise by a strong effort?" "I am sure I don't know," replied Jacob, not in a very cheerful tone. "I never was lucky in having friends ready to assist me." "Well, perhaps there will be no need of that. You have had a good salary for 4 or 5 years. How much have you saved?" "Enough, probably, to answer every purpose. That is, if you are willing to join me in taking advantage of one of the best openings for business that has offered for a long time. I have $1,000 in the savings bank. You have as much or more, I presume?" "I am sorry to say I have not," was poor Jacob's reply in a desponding voice. "I was unfortunate in business some years ago, and my old debts have drained away from me every dollar I could earn." "Indeed, that is very unfortunate. I was in hopes you could furnish $1,000. I might borrow it, perhaps, if the chance is a very good one." "Well, if you could do that, it would be as well, I suppose," returned the young man. "But you must see about it immediately. If you cannot join me at once, I must find someone who will, for the chance is too good to be lost." Jacob got a full statement of the business proposed, its nature and prospects, and then laid the matter before the 3 merchants with whom he had at different times lived in the capacity of clerk, and begged them to advance him the required capital. The subject was taken up by them and seriously considered. They all liked Jacob and felt willing to promote his interests, but had little or no confidence in his ultimate success, on account of his want of economy in personal matters. It was very justly remarked by one of them that this want of economy and the judicious use of money in personal matters would go with him in business and mar all his prospects. Still, as they had great confidence in the other man, they agreed to advance jointly the sum needed. In the meantime, the young man who had made the proposition to Jacob, when he learned that he had once failed in business, was still in debt and liable to have claims pushed against him. This he inferred from Jacob's having stretched the truth by saying that his old debts drained away from him every dollar, when the fact was he was freed from them by the provisions of the insolvent law of the state. Came to the conclusion that a business connection with him was a thing to be avoided rather than sought after. He accordingly turned his thoughts in another quarter, and when Jones called to inform him that he had raised the capital needed, he was coolly told that it was too late, he having an hour before closed a partnership arrangement with another person, under the belief that Jones could not advance the money required. This was a bitter disappointment, and soured the mind of Jacob against his fellow man, and against the fates also, which he alleged were all combined against him. His own share in the matter was a thing undreamed of. He believed himself far better qualified for business than the one who had been preferred before him, and he had $1,000 to advance. It must be his luck that was against him, nothing else. He could come to no other conclusion. Other people could get along in the world, but he couldn't. That was the great mystery of his life. For 2 years Jacob had been waiting to get married. He had not wished to take this step before entering into business and having a fair prospect before him. But years were creeping on him apace, and the fair object of his affections seemed weary of delay. "It is no use to wait any longer," he said, after this dashing of his cup to the earth. "Luck is against me. I shall never be anything but a poor devil of a clerk. If Clara is willing to share my humble lot, we might as well be married first as last." Clara was not unwilling, and Jacob Jones entered into the estate connubial, and took upon him the cares of a family, with a salary of $700 a year to sustain the new relation. Instead of taking cheap boarding or renting a couple of rooms, and commencing housekeeping in a small way, Jacob saw but one course before him, and that was to rent a genteel house, go in debt for genteel furniture, and keep 2 servants. 2 years was the longest that he could bear up under this state of things, when he was sold out by the sheriff, and forced to go through the mill again, as taking the benefit of the insolvent law was facetiously called. Poor fellow, he has a hard time of it. I wonder why it is that he gets along so badly. He is an industrious man, and regular in his habits. It is strange, but some men seem born to ill luck. So said some of his pitying friends. Others understood the matter better. 10 years have passed, and Jacob is still a clerk, but not in a store. Hopeless of getting into business, he applied for a vacancy that occurred in an insurance company, and received the appointment, which he still holds at a salary of $1,200 a year. After being sold out 3 times by the sheriff, and having the deep mortification of seeing her husband brought down to the humiliating necessity of applying as often for the benefit of the insolvent law, Mrs. Jones took affairs, by consent of her husband, into her own hands, and managed them with such prudence and economy that, notwithstanding they have 5 children, the expenses all told are not over $800 a year, and half of the surplus, $400, is appropriated to the liquidation of debts contracted since their marriage, and the other half deposited in the savings bank as a fund for the education of their children in the higher branches, when they reach a more advanced age. To this day it is a matter of wonder to Jacob Jones why he could never get along in the world like some people. and he has come to the settled conviction that it is his luck. End of Jacob Jones, or The Man Who Couldn't Get Along in the World, by T.S. Arthur.
Jezebel by Oscar Wilde, as told to Amy Lowther. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rob Marland. Jezebel. The Queen stood on her marble terrace, gazing on the fair lands which lay far and wide around her palace. Her blood-red hair hung in thick braids on each side of her white face. She was wrapped from head to foot in a robe of woven gold, and long strands of emeralds coiled about her, flashing and glinting in the twilight like green snakes at play. Her long pale hands were circled with gems, and she looked like some marvellous idol in her gorgeous and deadly beauty. She sighed a deep and heavy sigh, and Ahab the king said to her, "Wherefore sighest thou, O Queen of Beauty? Is there aught on heaven or on earth, which, lacking, thy heart doth desire? Hast thou not all that gold can buy, and that men can make with the labour of their hands? But if there be aught else that thy soul desireth, am I not here to give it thee? For am I not thy slave, though I be the king of Syria?" And the queen answered, and with slow and languid accents did she speak, as one who is wearied with a great weariness, and stricken unto death with the satiety of fulfilled desires. "'Tis true, O king, that I have all that the earth can give, gems and gold, and garments of Tyrian purple and woven silver, and marble palaces filled with slaves and with dancing girls. All these are mine. Also have I rose gardens and palm trees and orange groves, where the scent lies heavy at noon. And the camels with their swinging tread ceaselessly do cross the great desert, heavy laden with perfumes and treasures for my delight. And every man is my slave, for I am almighty in my beauty. Even thou, O king, dost bow before me unto the dust, and thou art Ahab, the king of Syria. But at my palace gate there is a vineyard. The grass is green, and the doves fly there, and it belongs to another. Therefore do I sigh." And Ahab said, "Sigh not, O Isabel, for most surely shalt thou have the vineyard, where the grass is green and the doves do fly. It is the field of Naboth, my standard-bearer, and the friend of my bosom, for he hath twice saved my life in battle." Then sent he for Naboth the Syrian. Now Naboth was a youth of 20 years, and good to look upon, as he stood before the king in all his strength and stature. And the king said, "The queen doth desire thy vineyard. I will therefore cover it with gold pieces and with precious gems, which thou shalt take in the place of the land, or whatsoever else thou shalt appoint, either in honours or in treasure, that shalt thou have, for the queen doth desire thy vineyard." But Naboth said, "Nay, king, my vineyard was the vineyard of my fathers, their heritage to me, all I have, and I may not part with it, nay, not for all the treasure upon the earth." Then Isabel the queen spake, and her voice was low and soft, like unto the summer breeze at evening. Do not trouble him. The vineyard is his, and should not be taken from him. Suffer him to go in peace. And Ahab went forth, and likewise Naboth. But later on that day Isabel did call for Naboth, and he stood before her. Then said she unto him, Come hither, and seat thyself beside me on this throne of ivory and gold. But Naboth said, Nay, queen, that may I not do, for the throne of ivory and gold is the throne of Ahab, the king of Syria, and on it may no man sit beside thee, save only the king. But the queen answered, I am Isabel, the queen, and I command thee to be seated. And he sat beside her on the throne of ivory and gold. Then the queen said to Naboth, Here is a drinking cup, carven from a single amethyst, drink from it. But Naboth said, Nay, for it is the drinking cup of Ahab, the king of Syria, and from it should no man drink save the king alone. But the queen answered, I am Isabel, the queen, and I command you to drink from it. And he drank from the drinking cup that was carved from a single amethyst. Then the queen said to Naboth, I am very fair. There is none other so fair on all the earth. Kiss me. But Naboth said, Thou art the wife of Ahab, the king of Syria. No man may kiss thee but the king. And the queen said, I am Isabel, the queen, and thou shalt kiss me. And she twined her ivory arms around his neck, so that he could not go. And then she cried with a loud voice, saying, Ahab, Ahab! And the king did hear her, and coming, did see her lips on the lips of Naboth, and her ivory arms twined around his neck. And, mad with blind wrath, he ran his spear through the body of Naboth, the Syrian, who died, and fell in his blood upon the marble floor. Then, when the king saw the friend of his bosom lying in his blood, killed by his hand, his wrath left him, and his heart was filled with remorse, and his soul with anguish. O Naboth, my standard-bearer, and friend of my bosom, who twice didst save my life in battle, have I with these hands indeed killed thee? And is the blood upon them indeed thy young heart's blood? Would that it were my own, and that I were lying in mine own blood where thou art now. And his grief eat into his very soul, and his lamentations filled the air. But Isabel, the queen, smiled a strange, sweet smile, and said, with her voice, which was like the sighing of the summer breeze at evening, so low and soft, Nay, king, thy lamentations are foolish, and thy tears are vain. Rather shouldst thou laugh, for now the vineyard where the grass is green, and where the doves fly, is mine own. End of Jezebel, by Oscar Wilde, as told to Amy Lowther.
The Kiss by Kate Chopin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Horner in County Antrim, Northern Ireland, situated in the northeast of the island of Ireland. The Kiss. It was still quite light out of doors, but inside, with the curtains drawn and the smouldering fire sending out a dim, uncertain glow, the room was full of deep shadows. Brantain sat in one of these shadows. It had overtaken him, and he did not mind. The obscurity lent him courage to keep his eyes fastened as ardently as he liked upon the girl who sat in the firelight. She was very handsome, with a certain fine, rich colouring that belongs to the healthy brune type. She was quite composed, as she idly stroked the satiny coat of the cat that lay curled in her lap, and she occasionally sent a slow glance into the shadow where her companions sat. They were talking low, of indifferent things which plainly were not the things that occupied their thoughts. She knew that he loved her, a frank, blustering fellow without guile enough to conceal his feelings, and no desire to do so. For 2 weeks past he had sought her society, eagerly and persistently. She was confidently waiting for him to declare himself, and she meant to accept him. The rather insignificant and unattractive Brantine was enormously rich, and she liked and required the entourage which wealth could give her. During one of the pauses between their talk of the last tea and the next reception, the door opened, and a young man entered whom Brantine knew quite well. The girl turned her face toward him. A stride or two brought him to her side, and bending over her chair, before she could suspect his intention, for she did not realize that he had not seen her visitor, he pressed an ardent, lingering kiss upon her lips. Brantine slowly arose. So did the girl arise, but quickly, and the newcomer stood between them, a little amusement and some defiance struggling with the confusion in his face. "I believe," stammered Brantine, "I see that I have stayed too long. I had no idea. That is, I must wish you good-bye." He was clutching his hat with both hands, and probably did not perceive that she was extending her hand to him. Her presence of mind had not completely deserted her, but she could not have trusted herself to speak. "Hang me if I saw him sitting there, Natty. I know it's just awkward for you, but I hope you'll forgive me this once. This very first break. Why, what's the matter?" "Don't touch me, don't come near me," she returned angrily. "What do you mean by entering the house without ringing?" "I came in with your brother, as I often do," he answered coldly, in self-justification. "We came in the side way. He went upstairs, and I came in here hoping to find you. The explanation is simple enough, and ought to satisfy you that the misadventure was unavoidable. But do say that you forgive me, Nathalie," he entreated, softening. "Forgive you? I don't know what you're talking about. Let me pass. It depends upon a good deal whether I ever forgive you." At that next reception, which she and Brantine had been talking about, she approached the young man with a delicious frankness of manner when she saw him there. "Will you let me speak to you a moment or two, Mr. Brantine?" she asked with an engaging but perturbed smile. He seemed extremely unhappy. But when she took his arm and walked away with him, seeking a retired corner, a ray of hope mingled with the almost comical misery of his expression. She was apparently very outspoken. "Perhaps I should not have sought this interview, Mr. Brantine, but, oh, I have been very uncomfortable, almost miserable since that little encounter the other afternoon, when I thought how you might have misinterpreted it and believed things." Hope was plainly gaining the ascendancy over misery in Brantine's round, guileless face. "Of course, I know it is nothing to you, but for my own sake I do not want you to understand that Mr. Harvey is an intimate friend of long standing. Why, we have always been like cousins, like brother and sister, I may say. He is my brother's most intimate associate, and often fancies that he is entitled to the same privileges as the family. Oh, I know it is absurd, uncalled for, I tell you this, undignified even." She was almost weeping. "But it makes so much difference to me what you think of me." Her voice had grown very low and agitated. The misery had all disappeared from Brantine's face. "When you do really care what I think, Miss Nathalie. May I call you Miss Nathalie?" They turned into a long, dim corridor that was lined on either side with tall, graceful plants. They walked slowly to the very end of it. When they turned to retrace their steps, Brantine's face was radiant and hers was triumphant. Harvey was among the guests at the wedding, and he sought her out in a rare moment when she stood alone. "Your husband," he said, smiling, "has sent me over to kiss you." A quick blush suffused her face and round, polished throat. "I suppose it's natural for a man to feel and act generously on an occasion of this kind. He tells me he doesn't want his marriage to interrupt wholly that unpleasant intimacy which has existed between you and me. I don't know what you've been telling him," with an insolent smile, "but he has sent me here to kiss you." She felt like a chess player who, by the clever handling of his pieces, sees the game taking the course indeed. Her eyes were bright and tender with a smile as they glanced up into his, and her lips looked hungry for a kiss which they invited. "But you know," he went on quietly, "I didn't tell him so. It would have seemed ungrateful, but I can tell you. I've stopped kissing women. It's dangerous. Well, she had Brantain and his million left. A person can't have everything in this world, and it was a little unreasonable of her to expect it." End of The Kiss by Kate Chopin.
Laura from Beasts and Super Beasts by Saki. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MichaelMaggs. Laura. "You're not really dying, are you?" asked Amanda. "I have the doctor's permission to live till Tuesday," said Laura. "But today is Saturday. This is serious," gasped Amanda. "I don't know about it being serious. It is certainly Saturday," said Laura. "Death is always serious," said Amanda. "I never said I was going to die. I'm presumably going to leave off being Laura, but I shall go on being something. An animal of some kind, I suppose. You see, when one hasn't been very good in the life one has just lived, one reincarnates in some lower organism, and I haven't been very good when one comes to think of it. I've been petty and mean and vindictive and all that sort of thing when circumstances have seemed to warrant it." "Circumstances never warrant that sort of thing," said Amanda hastily. "If you don't mind my saying so," observed Laura, "Egbert is a circumstance that would warrant any amount of that sort of thing. You're married to him. That's different. You've sworn to love, honour and endure him. I haven't." "I don't see what's wrong with Egbert," protested Amanda. "Oh, I dare say the wrongness has been on my part," admitted Laura dispassionately. "He has merely been the extenuating circumstance. He made a thin, peevish kind of fuss, for instance, when I took the collie puppies from the farm out for a run the other day. They chased his young broods of speckled Sussex and drove 2 sitting hens off their nests, besides ruining all the flower beds. You know how devoted he is to his poultry and garden. Anyhow, he needn't have gone on about it for the entire evening, and then have said, 'Let's say no more about it,' just when I was beginning to enjoy the discussion. That's where one of my petty vindictive revenges came in," added Laura with an unrepentant chuckle. "I turned the entire family of speckled Sussex into his seedling shed the day after the puppy episode." "How could you?" exclaimed Amanda. "It came quite easy," said Laura. "2 of the hens pretended to be laying at the time, but I was firm. And we thought it was an accident." "You see," resumed Laura, "I really have some grounds for supposing that my next incarnation will be in a lower organism. I shall be an animal of some kind. On the other hand, I haven't been a bad sort in my way, so I think I may count on being a nice animal. Something elegant and lively, with a love of fun. An otter, perhaps." "I can't imagine you as an otter," said Amanda. "Well, I don't suppose you can imagine me as an angel if it comes to that," said Laura. Amanda was silent. She couldn't. "Personally, I think an otter life would be rather enjoyable," continued Laura. "Salmon to eat all the year round, and the satisfaction of being able to fetch the trout in their own homes without having to wait for hours till they condescend to rise to the fly you've been dangling before them. And an elegant svelte figure." "Think of the otter-hounds," interposed Amanda. "How dreadful to be hunted and harried and finally worried to death." "Rather fun, with half the neighbourhood looking on, and anyway, not worse than this Saturday to Tuesday business of dying by inches. And then I should go on into something else. If I had been a moderately good otter, I suppose I should get back into human shape of some sort. Perhaps something rather primitive, a little brown unclothed Nubian boy, I should think." "I wish you would be serious," sighed Amanda. "You really ought to be if you're only going to live till Tuesday." As a matter of fact, Laura died on Monday. "So dreadfully upsetting," Amanda complained to her uncle-in-law, Sir Lulworth Quayne. "I've asked quite a lot of people down for golf and fishing, and the rhododendrons are just looking their best." "Laura always was inconsiderate," said Sir Lulworth. "She was born during Goodwood week, with an ambassador staying in the house who hated babies." "She had the maddest of ideas," said Amanda. "Do you know if there was any insanity in her family?" "Insanity? No, I never heard of any. Her father lives in West Kensington, but I believe he's sane on all other subjects." "She had an idea she was going to be reincarnated as an otter," said Amanda. "One meets these ideas of reincarnation so frequently, even in the West," said Sir Lulworth, "that one can hardly set them down as being mad. And Laura was such an unaccountable person in this life that I should not like to lay down definite rules as to what she might be doing in an after state." "You really think she might have passed into some animal form?" asked Amanda. She was one of those who shape their opinions rather readily from the standpoint of those around them. Just then Egbert entered the breakfast-room, wearing an air of bereavement that Laura's demise would have been insufficient in itself to account for. "4 of my speckled hens have been killed," he exclaimed. "The 4 that were to go into the show on Friday. One of them was dragged away and eaten right in the middle of that new carnation bed that I've been to such trouble and expense over. My best flower bed and my best fowls singled out for destruction. It almost seems as if the brute that did the deed had special knowledge how to be as devastating as possible in a short space of time." "Was it a fox, do you think?" asked Amanda. "Sounds more like a polecat," said Sir Lulworth. "No," said Egbert. "There were marks of webbed feet all over the place, and we followed the tracks down to the stream at the bottom of the garden. Evidently an otter." Amanda looked quickly and furtively across at Sir Lulworth. Egbert was too agitated to eat any breakfast, and went out to superintend the strengthening of the poultry-yard defences. "I think she might at least have waited till the funeral was over," said Amanda in a scandalised voice. "It's her own funeral, you know," said Sir Lulworth. "It's a nice point in etiquette how far one ought to show respect to one's own mortal remains." Disregard for mortuary convention was carried to further lengths next day. During the absence of the family at the funeral ceremony, the remaining survivors of the speckled Sussex were massacred. The marauders' line of retreat seemed to have embraced most of the flower beds on the lawn, but the strawberry beds in the lower garden also suffered. "I shall get the otter-hounds to come here at the earliest possible moment," said Egbert savagely. "On no account! You can't dream of such a thing!" exclaimed Amanda. "I mean, it wouldn't do, so soon after a funeral in the house." "It's a case of necessity," said Egbert. "Once an otter takes to that sort of thing, it won't stop." "Perhaps it will go elsewhere, now there are no more fowls left," suggested Amanda. "One would think you wanted to shield the beast," said Egbert. "There has been so little water in the stream lately," objected Amanda. "It seems hardly sporting to hunt an animal when it has so little chance of taking refuge anywhere." "Good gracious," fumed Egbert, "I'm not thinking about sport. I want to have the animal killed as soon as possible." Even Amanda's opposition weakened when, during church time on the following Sunday, the otter made its way into the house, raided half a salmon from the larder, and worried it into scaly fragments on the Persian rug in Egbert's studio. "We shall have it hiding under our beds and biting pieces out of our feet before long," said Egbert, and from what Amanda knew of this particular otter, she felt that the possibility was not a remote one. On the evening preceding the day fixed for the hunt, Amanda spent a solitary hour walking by the banks of the stream, making what she imagined to be hound noises. It was charitably supposed by those who overheard the performance that she was practising for farmyard imitations at the forthcoming village entertainment. It was her friend and neighbour, Aurora Burrett, who brought her news of the day's sport. "Pity you weren't out. We had quite a good day. We found at once in the pool just below your garden." "Did you kill?" asked Amanda. "Rather. A fine she-otter. Your husband got rather badly bitten trying to tail it. Poor beast, I felt quite sorry for it. It had such a human look in its eyes when it was killed. You'll call me silly, but do you know who the look reminded me of?" "My dear woman, what is the matter?" When Amanda had recovered to a certain extent from her attack of nervous prostration, Egbert took her to the Nile Valley to recuperate. Change of scene speedily brought about the desired recovery of health and mental balance. The escapades of an adventurous otter in search of a variation of diet were viewed in their proper light. Amanda's normally placid temperament reasserted itself. Even a hurricane of shouted curses coming from her husband's dressing-room, in her husband's voice, but hardly in his usual vocabulary, failed to disturb her serenity as she made a leisurely toilet one evening in a Cairo hotel. "What's the matter? What has happened?" she asked, in an amused curiosity. The little beast has thrown all my clean shirts into the bath. Wait till I catch you, you little—" "What little beast?" asked Amanda, suppressing a desire to laugh. Egbert's language was so hopelessly inadequate to express his outraged feelings. "A little beast of a naked brown Nubian boy," spluttered Egbert. And now Amanda is seriously ill. End of Laura by Saki. The Lumber Room, from Beasts and Super Beasts by Saki. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MichaelMaggs. The Lumber Room. The children were to be driven, as a special treat, to the sands at Jagborough. Nicholas was not to be of the party. He was in disgrace. Only that morning he had refused to eat his wholesome bread and milk on the seemingly frivolous ground that there was a frog in it. Older and wiser and better people had told him that there could not possibly be a frog in his bread and milk, and that he was not to talk nonsense. He continued, nevertheless, to talk what seemed the veriest nonsense, and described with much detail the coloration and markings of the alleged frog. The dramatic part of the incident was that there really was a frog in Nicholas' basin of bread and milk. He had put it there himself, so he felt entitled to know something about it. The sin of taking a frog from the garden and putting it into a bowl of wholesome bread and milk was enlarged on at great length, but the fact that stood out clearest in the whole affair, as it presented itself to the mind of Nicholas, was that the older, wiser, and better people had been proved to be profoundly in error in matters about which they had expressed the utmost assurance. "You said there couldn't possibly be a frog in my bread and milk. There was a frog in my bread and milk," he repeated, with the insistence of a skilled tactician who does not intend to shift from favourable ground. So his boy cousin and girl cousin and his quite uninteresting younger brother were to be taken to Jagborough Sands that afternoon, and he was to stay at home. His cousin's aunt, who insisted, by an unwarranted stretch of imagination, in styling herself his aunt also, had hastily invented the Jagborough expedition in order to impress on Nicholas the delights that he had justly forfeited by his disgraceful conduct at the breakfast table. It was her habit, whenever one of the children fell from grace, to improvise something of a festival nature from which the offender would be rigorously debarred. If all the children sinned collectively, they were suddenly informed of a circus in a neighbouring town, a circus of unrivalled merit and uncounted elephants, to which, but for their depravity, they would have been taken that very day. A few decent tears were looked for on the part of Nicholas when the moment for the departure of the expedition arrived. As a matter of fact, however, all the crying was done by his girl cousin, who scraped her knee rather painfully against the step of the carriage as she was scrambling in. "How she did howl!" said Nicholas cheerfully, as the party drove off without any of the elation of high spirits that should have characterized it. "She'll soon get over that," said the soi-disant aunt. It will be a glorious afternoon for racing about over these beautiful sands. Oh, they will enjoy themselves. Bobby won't enjoy himself much, and he won't race much either," said Nicholas with a grim chuckle. "His boots are hurting him. They're too tight." "Why didn't he tell me they were hurting?" asked the aunt with some asperity. "He told you twice, but you weren't listening. You often don't listen when we tell you important things." "You are not to go into the gooseberry garden," said his aunt, changing the subject. "Why not?" demanded Nicholas. "Because you are in disgrace," said the aunt loftily. Nicholas did not admit the flawlessness of the reasoning. He felt perfectly capable of being in disgrace and in a gooseberry garden at the same moment. His face took on an expression of considerable obstinacy. It was clear to his aunt that he was determined to get into the gooseberry garden, only, as she remarked to herself, because I have told him he is not to. Now, the gooseberry garden had 2 doors by which it might be entered, and once a small person like Nicholas could slip in there, he could effectually disappear from view amid the masking growth of artichokes, raspberry canes, and fruit bushes. The aunt had many other things to do that afternoon, but she spent an hour or 2 in trivial gardening operations among flower beds and shrubberies, whence she could keep a watchful eye on the 2 doors that led to the forbidden paradise. She was a woman of few ideas, with immense powers of concentration. Nicholas made 1 or 2 sorties into the front garden, wriggling his way with obvious stealth of purpose towards one or other of the doors, but never able for a moment to evade the aunt's watchful eye. As a matter of fact, he had no intention of trying to get into the gooseberry garden, but it was extremely convenient for him that his aunt should believe that he had. It was a belief that would keep her on self-imposed sentry duty for the greater part of the afternoon. Having thoroughly confirmed and fortified her suspicions, Nicholas slipped back into the house and rapidly put into execution a plan of action that had long germinated in his brain. By standing on a chair in the library, one could reach a shelf on which reposed a fat, important-looking key. The key was as important as it looked. It was the instrument which kept the mysteries of the lumber room secure from unauthorized intrusion, which opened a way only for aunts and such-like privileged persons. Nicholas had not much experience of the art of fitting keys into keyholes and turning locks, but for some days past he had practised with the key of the schoolroom door. He did not believe in trusting too much to luck and accident. The key turned stiffly in the lock, but it turned. The door opened, and Nicholas was in an unknown land, compared with which the gooseberry garden was a stale delight, a mere material pleasure. Often and often Nicholas had pictured to himself what the lumber room would be like, that region that was so carefully sealed from youthful eyes, and concerning which no questions were ever answered. It came up to his expectations. In the first place, it was large and dimly lit, 1 high window opening on to the forbidden garden being its only source of illumination. In the second place, it was a storehouse of unimagined treasures. The aunt by assertion was one of those people who think that things spoil by use, and consign them to dust and damp by way of preserving them. Such parts of the house as Nicholas knew best were rather bare and cheerless, but here there were wonderful things for the eye to feast on. First and foremost, there was a piece of framed tapestry that was evidently meant to be a fire screen. To Nicholas, it was a living, breathing story. He sat down on a roll of Indian hangings, glowing in wonderful colours beneath a layer of dust, and took in all the details of the tapestry picture. A man, dressed in the hunting costume of some remote period, had just transfixed a stag with an arrow. It could not have been a difficult shot, because the stag was only 1 or 2 paces away from him. In the thickly growing vegetation that the picture suggested, it would not have been difficult to creep up to a feeding stag, and the 2 dogs that were springing forward to join in the chase had evidently been trained to keep to heel till the arrow was discharged. That part of the picture was simple, if interesting, but did the huntsman see what Nicholas saw, that 4 galloping wolves were coming in his direction through the wood? There might be more than 4 of them hidden behind the trees, and, in any case, would the man and his dogs be able to cope with the 4 wolves if they made an attack? The man had only 2 arrows left in his quiver, and he might miss with 1 or both of them. All one knew about his skill in shooting was that he could hit a large stag at a ridiculously short range. Nicholas sat for many golden minutes, revolving the possibilities of the scene. He was inclined to think that there were more than 4 wolves, and the man and his dogs were in a tight corner. But there were other objects of delight and interest claiming his instant attention. There were quaint, twisted candlesticks in the shape of snakes, and a teapot fashioned like a china duck, out of whose open beak the tea was supposed to come. How dull and shapeless the nursery teapot seemed in comparison! And there was a carved sandalwood box, packed tight with aromatic cotton wool, and between the layers of cotton wool were little brass figures, humped-necked bulls and peacocks and goblins, delightful to see and to handle. Less promising in appearance was a large square book, with plain black covers. Nicholas peeped into it, and behold, it was full of coloured pictures of birds, and such birds! In the garden, and in the lanes when he went for a walk, Nicholas came across a few birds, of which the largest were an occasional magpie or wood-pigeon. Here were herons and bustards, kites, toucans, tiger-bitterns, brush-turkeys, ibises, golden pheasants, a whole portrait gallery of undreamed-of creatures. And as he was admiring the colouring of the mandarin duck, and assigning a life history to it, the voice of his aunt, in shrill vociferation of his name, came from the gooseberry garden without. She had grown suspicious at his long disappearance, and had leapt to the conclusion that he had climbed over the wall behind the sheltering screen of the lilac bushes. She was now engaged in energetic and rather hopeless search for him among the artichokes and raspberry canes. "Nicholas! Nicholas!" she screamed. "You are to come out of this at once! It's no use trying to hide there. I can see you all the time." It was probably the first time for 20 years that anyone had smiled in that lumber room. Presently, the angry repetition of Nicholas' name gave way to a shriek and a cry for somebody to come quickly. Nicholas shut the book, restored it carefully to its place in a corner, and shook some dust from a neighbouring pile of newspapers over it. Then he crept from the room, locked the door, and replaced the key exactly where he had found it. His aunt was still calling his name when he sauntered into the front garden. "Who's calling?" he asked. "Me," came the answer from the other side of the wall. "Didn't you hear? I've been looking for you in the gooseberry garden, and I've slipped into the rainwater tank. Luckily there's no water in it, but the sides are slippery and I can't get out. Fetch the little ladder from under the cherry tree." "I was told I wasn't to go into the gooseberry garden," said Nicholas promptly. "I told you not to, and now I tell you that you may," came the voice from the rainwater tank, rather impatiently. "Your voice doesn't sound like Aunt's," objected Nicholas. "You may be the evil one tempting me to be disobedient. Aunt often tells me that the evil one tempts me and that I always yield. This time I'm not going to yield." "Don't talk nonsense," said the prisoner in the tank. "Go and fetch the ladder." "Will there be strawberry jam for tea?" asked Nicholas innocently. "Certainly there will be," said the aunt, privately resolving that Nicholas should have none of it. "Now I know you are the evil one and not Aunt," shouted Nicholas gleefully. "When we asked Aunt for strawberry jam yesterday, she said there wasn't any. I know there are 4 jars of it in the store cupboard because I looked. And of course you know it's there, but she doesn't because she said there wasn't any. Oh, devil, you have sold yourself." There was an unusual sense of luxury in being able to talk to an aunt as though she were the evil one. But Nicholas knew with childish discernment that such luxuries were not to be overindulged in. He walked noisily away, and it was a kitchen maid in search of parsley who eventually rescued the aunt from the rainwater tank. Tea that evening was partaken of in a fearsome silence. The tide had been at its highest when the children had arrived at Jagborough Cove, so there had been no sands to play on, a circumstance that the aunt had overlooked in the haste of organising her punitive expedition. The tightness of Bobby's boots had had disastrous effect on his temper the whole of the afternoon, and altogether the children could not have been said to have enjoyed themselves. The aunt maintained the frozen muteness of one who has suffered undignified and unmerited detention in a rainwater tank for 35 minutes. As for Nicholas, he too was silent, in the absorption of one who has much to think about. It was just possible, he considered, that the huntsman would escape the hounds while the wolves feasted on the stricken stag. End of The Lumber Room by Saki.
The Neophyte by James Warner Bellah. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The surgeon snapped the bands of his rubber gloves and absently smoothed the wrinkles back from his long, slender fingers. The new man leaned forward over the low railing around the pit and watched him, fascinated, his body tense and rigid. A curious prickling sensation ran up his spine and tingled behind his ears. His stomach and chest felt uncomfortably hollow and empty. Through the open doorway he could see the narrow white truck with its sheeted form and 2 or 3 smocked interns bending over it, intent, coldly preoccupied. Someone in there was groaning. The acrid, sickly sweet smell of ether commenced to permeate the atmosphere, and the new man's memory harkened back to a horrible day years before when he had had his tonsils removed. As if it had been only yesterday, he seemed to hear that dreadful incantation of long, deep breaths, longer breaths, deeper breaths, longer, deeper breaths. He shuddered involuntarily as he remembered the awful green spots that had kept dancing on his eyeballs and the choking tightness of his throat just before he had gone under, when his olfactory membrane had seemed to dry up and crackle like hard mud. The new man cleared his throat violently and sat up. He passed a cold hand across his damp forehead. High up in the back rows of the amphitheater, he could hear the occasional crackle of peanut shells. He felt somehow that he should be indignant, but the feeling wouldn't come. He wondered if he would someday become just as indifferent and as hardened as the older students. Doctors should be sympathetic and gentle, and well, many other things. The door at the rear of the operating pit opened, and 2 nurses came in, their rubber-soled shoes padding softly on the tiled flooring. One of them nodded to the surgeon. Someone was talking in a lecture-room voice. Gastrojejunctomy, or pylorectomy, for stenosis of pylorus. The new man wet his lips and folded his hands tightly in his lap, lest some of the older students see that they were trembling. He tried mightily to concentrate. The words should mean something. They should mean something, and yet they refused to be anything but just noise. Man, age 48, epilepsy in childhood, typhoid 1910, venereal denied, for past 12 years has been having attacks of abdominal pain. The narrow white truck was being wheeled through the doorway into the pit. X-ray plates show a constant deformity of lesser curvature of the stomach near pylorus, sufficiently obstructive to produce a large residue in the stomach at 6 hours. Dr. White will show the plates on the screen now. The projecting machine clicked and buzzed somewhere up in the back, and the X-ray plates flickered on the screen. The new man shifted in his seat, but his eyes never moved from the sheeted figure on the operating truck. Up and down went the patient's chest. The little convulsive shivers ran through the border of the sheet where it fell over the side of the truck. With each jerky rise and fall of the covering sheet, the new man's heart skipped a half-beat. NPN 65, urea nitrogen 31.5, creatinine 2.4, uric acid 5.1, blood sugar 0.13. Good heavens, why didn't someone do something instead of just talking? Blood RBC 5,872, HGB 90%, WBC 15,600, polys 75%, gastric test meal. Still that ghastly drone. The instruments clicked and tinkled as the nurse laid them in rows on the tray at the foot of the truck. Someone had stripped the sheeting back, exposing a small square of iodine flesh which heaved and pulsated gently with the chest action. The small brown square swam lazily around the room, and the pit seemed suddenly full of smocked surgeons, all moving and nodding in the same identical manner. The new man shut his eyes and bit savagely into his upper lip. For a moment the pain stopped the whirling in his head. He wanted a cigarette. He had never smoked in his life because it was bad for the nerves, but now, savagely, passionately, he wanted a cigarette. He opened his eyes, and again his tongue licked at the dry lips. The anesthesist straightened up and nodded. Carefully the surgeon pinched the flesh and took a scalpel from the tray. He ran the gleaming blade deftly across, drawing a tiny red line on the background of brown. The new man felt something clog in his throat. He tried frantically to draw a breath. His hand slipped from his knees, and far away he heard a voice. "Get him out. He'll be all right in a minute." When he opened his eyes, someone was bending over him with a glass of water. He was out of the amphitheater. "Feel better now?" He shut his eyes and bit his trembling lips. "Don't worry. You'll be all right in half a second." "It's not that. Oh, Lord, what kind of doctor will I make, fainting like that?" The student with the glass of water laughed. "Yes, it's all right to laugh, but all my life I've wanted to be a surgeon, and now I keel over like a baby." The other student stopped laughing and slapped the new man on the back. "You silly ass. You sat right over the etherizer. You didn't faint. You were damn near put under. Come on, drink that water. He's doing a gastrostomy next, and I've got to see it from my report." The new man jumped to his feet. "Do you mean I didn't faint after all? I don't know what you call it, but no one can sit over an etherizer all day without doing something." The new man gulped down the water. "Say, have you got a cigarette?" End of The Neophyte by James Warner Bellah.
An Old Game by Henry van Dyke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Horner from Ballyclare in County Antrim, Northern Ireland, situated in the northeast of the island of Ireland. An Old Game. 3 men were taking a walk together, as they said, just to while away the time. The first man intended to go somewhere to look at a piece of property which he was considering. The second man was ready to go anywhere, since he expected to be happy by the way. The third man thought he was going nowhere, because he was a philosopher and held that time and space are only mental forms. Therefore the third man walked in silence, reflecting upon the vanity of whiling away an hour which did not exist, and upon the futility of going where staying was the same thing. But the other men, being more simple, were playing the oldest game in the world and giving names to the things that they saw as they travelled. "Mutton," said the somewhere man as he looked over a stone wall. "A flock of sheep," said the anywhere man, gazing upon the pasture, where the fleecy ewes were nipping grass between the rocks and the eager lambs nuzzled their mothers. But the nowhere man meditated on the foolish habit of eating, and said nothing. "An anthill," said the anywhere man, looking at a mound beside the path. "See how busy the citizens are." "Pismires," said the somewhere man, kicking the mould. "They sting like the devil." But the nowhere man, being certain that the devil is a myth, said nothing. "Briars," said the somewhere man as they passed through the coppice. "Blackberries," said the anywhere man. "They will blossom next month and ripen in August." But the nowhere man, to whom they referred the settlement of the first round of the game, decided that both had lost because they spoke only of accidental phenomena. With the next round they came into a little forest on a sandy hill. The oak trees were still bare, and the fir trees were rusty green, and the maple trees were in rosy bud. On these things the travellers were agreed. But among the withered foliage on the ground a vine trailed far and wide, with verdant leaves thick and heavy, and under the leaves were clusters of rosy stars breathing a wonderful sweetness, so that the travellers could not but smell it. "Rough leaf," said the somewhere man. "Gravel weed, we call it in our country, because it marks the poorest soil." "Trailing arbutus," said the anywhere man. "Mayflowers, we call them in our country." "But why?" said the nowhere man. "May has not yet come." "She is coming," answered the other. "She will be here before these are gone." On the other side of the wood they entered a meadow where a little bird was bubbling over with music in the air. "Skunk blackbird," said the somewhere man. "Colours the same as a skunk." "Bobolink," said the anywhere man. "Spills his song while he flies." "It is a silly name," said the nowhere man. "Where did you find it?" "I don't know," answered the other. "It just sounds to me like the bird." By this time it was clear that the two men did not play the game by the same rules, but they went on playing, just as other people do. They saw a little thatched house beside the brook. "Beastly hovel," said the first man. "Pretty cottage," said the second. A woman was tossing and fondling her child with kiss-words. "Sickly sentiment," said the first man. "Mother love," said the second. They passed a youth sleeping on the grass under a tree. "Lazy hound," said the first man. "Happy dog," said the second. Now the third man, remembering that he was a philosopher, concluded that he was wasting his imaginary time in hearing this endless old game. "I must bid you good day, gentlemen," said he, "for it seems to me that you are disputing only about appearances, and are not likely to arrive somewhere or anywhere. But I am seeking das Ding an sich." So he left them and went on his way nowhere, and I know not which of the others won the game, but I think the second man had more pleasure in playing it. End of An Old Game by Henry van Dyke.
The Poet by Oscar Wilde, as told to Amy Lowther. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rob Marland. The Poet. The poet lived in the country amongst the meadows and the woods, but every morning he went into the great city which lay many miles away over the hills in the blue mist, and every evening he used to return. And in the dusky twilight the children and the people would gather round him whilst he told them of all the wonderful things that he had seen that day in the woods, and by the river, and on the hilltops. He would tell them of how the little brown fawns peeped out at him from among the green leaves in the woodland. He would tell them of the green-haired Nereids who had risen out of the glassy lake, singing to him on their harps. He would tell them also about the great centaur who met him on the hilltop, and had galloped off laughing in a cloud of dust. These and many more wonderful things did the poet tell the children and the people as they clustered round him every evening whilst the shadows grew thick and the grey twilight fell. He told them marvellous tales of the wondrous things which his mind had created, for he was filled with beautiful fancies. But one day the poet, returning from the great city through the wood, really did see the little brown fawns peering at him through the green leaves, and when he came to the lake, the green-haired Nereids did indeed rise from the glassy water, and sang to him on their harps, and when he reached the hilltop, a great centaur went galloping off in a cloud of dust, and laughed. On that evening, when the people and the children gathered round him in the dim twilight, to hear of all the wonderful things he had seen that day, the poet said to them, "I have nothing to tell you today. I have seen nothing." For on that day, for the first time in his life, he had seen reality, and to a poet, fancy is reality, and reality is nothing. End of The Poet by Oscar Wilde, as told to Amy Lowther.
A Reflection by Kate Chopin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Horner from Ballyclare, in County Antrim, Northern Ireland, situated in the northeast of the island of Ireland. A Reflection. Some people are born with a vital and responsive energy. It not only enables them to keep abreast of the times, it qualifies them to furnish in their own personality a good bit of the motive power to the mad pace. They are fortunate beings. They do not need to apprehend the significance of things. They do not grow weary nor misstep, nor do they fall out of rank and sink by the wayside to be left contemplating the moving procession. Ah! That moving procession that has left me by the roadside. Its fantastic colours are more brilliant and beautiful than the sun on the undulating waters. What matter if souls and bodies are failing beneath the feet of the ever-pressing multitude? It moves with the majestic rhythm of the spheres. Its discordant clashes sweep upward in one harmonious tone that blends with the music of other worlds to complete God's orchestra. It is greater than the stars, that moving procession of human energy, greater than the palpitating earth and the things growing thereon. Oh, I could weep at being left by the wayside, left with the grass and the clouds and a few dumb animals. True, I feel at home in the society of these symbols of life's immutability. In the procession I should feel the crushing feet, the clashing discords, the ruthless hands, and stifling breath. I could not hear the rhythm of the march. Salve, ye dumb hearts, let us be still and wait by the roadside. End of a reflection by Kate Chopin.
A Pair of Silk Stockings by Kate Chopin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Grace Buchanan. A Pair of Silk Stockings. Little Mrs. Somers one day found herself the unexpected possessor of $15. It seemed to her a very large amount of money, and the way in which it stuffed and bulged her worn old portemonnaie gave her a feeling of importance such as she had not enjoyed for years. The question of investment was one that occupied her greatly. For a day or two, she walked about apparently in a dreamy state, but really absorbed in speculation and calculation. She did not wish to act hastily, to do anything she might afterward regret. But it was during the still hours of the night, when she lay awake revolving plans in her mind, that she seemed to see her way clearly toward a proper and judicious use of the money. $1 or $2 should be added to the price usually paid for Janie's shoes, which would ensure their lasting an appreciable time longer than they usually did. She would buy so and so many yards of percale for new shirt-waists for the boys and Janie and Mag. She had intended to make the old ones do by skillful patching. Mag should have another gown. She had seen some beautiful patterns, veritable bargains in the shop windows. And still there would be left enough for new stockings, 2 pairs apiece. And what darning that would save for a while. She would get caps for the boys and sailor hats for the girls. The vision of her little brood looking fresh and dainty and new for once in their lives excited her, and made her restless and wakeful with anticipation. The neighbors sometimes talked of certain better days that little Mrs. Somers had known before she had ever thought of being Mrs. Somers. She herself indulged in no such morbid retrospection. She had no time, no second of time to devote to the past. The needs of the present absorbed her every faculty. A vision of the future, like some dim, gaunt monster, sometimes appalled her. But luckily, tomorrow never comes. Mrs. Somers was one who knew the value of bargains, who could stand for hours making her way inch by inch toward the desired object that was selling below cost. She could elbow her way if need be. She had learned to clutch a piece of goods and hold it and stick to it with persistence and determination till her turn came to be served, no matter when it came. But that day she was a little faint and tired. She had swallowed a light luncheon. No! When she came to think of it, between getting the children fed and the place righted and preparing herself for the shopping bout, she had actually forgotten to eat any luncheon at all. She sat herself upon a revolving stool before a counter that was comparatively deserted, trying to gather strength and courage to charge through an eager multitude that was besieging breastworks of shirting and figured lawn. An all-gone limp feeling had come over her, and she rested her hand aimlessly upon the counter. She wore no gloves. By degrees, she grew aware that her hand had encountered something very soothing, very pleasant to touch. She looked down to see that her hand lay upon a pile of silk stockings. A placard nearby announced that they had been reduced in price from $2.50 to $1.98, and a young girl who stood behind the counter asked if she wished to examine their line of silk hosiery. She smiled, just as if she had been asked to inspect a tiara of diamonds with the ultimate view of purchasing it. But she went on feeling the soft, sheeny, luxurious things with both hands now, holding them up to see them glisten and to feel them glide serpent-like through her fingers. 2 hectic blotches came suddenly into her pale cheeks. She looked up at the girl. "Do you think there are any 8s.5 among these?" There were any number of 8s.5. In fact, there were more of that size than any other. Here was a light blue pair, there were some lavender, some all black, and various shades of tan and gray. Mrs. Somers selected a black pair and looked at them very long and closely. She pretended to be examining their texture, which the clerk assured her was excellent. $1.98, she mused aloud. "Well, I'll take this pair." She handed the girl a $5 bill and waited for her change and for her parcel. What a very small parcel it was. It seemed lost in the depths of her shabby old shopping bag. Mrs. Somers, after that, did not move in the direction of the bargain counter. She took the elevator, which carried her to an upper floor into the region of the ladies' waiting rooms. Here, in a retired corner, she exchanged her cotton stockings for the new silk ones which she had just bought. She was not going through any acute mental process or reasoning with herself, nor was she striving to explain to her satisfaction the motive of her action. She was not thinking at all. She seemed for the time to be taking a rest from that laborious and fatiguing function, and to have abandoned herself to some mechanical impulse that directed her actions and freed her of responsibility. How good was the touch of the raw silk to her flesh! She felt like lying back in the cushioned chair and reveling for a while in the luxury of it. She did for a little while. Then she replaced her shoes, rolled the cotton stockings together, and thrust them into her bag. After doing this, she crossed straight over to the shoe department and took her seat to be fitted. She was fastidious. The clerk could not make her out. He could not reconcile her shoes with her stockings, and she was not too easily pleased. She held back her skirts and turned her feet one way and her head another way as she glanced down at the polished, pointed-tipped boots. Her foot and ankle looked very pretty. She could not realize that they belonged to her and were a part of herself. She wanted an excellent and stylish fit, she told the young fellow who served her, and she did not mind the difference of $1 or $2 more in the price so long as she got what she desired. It was a long time since Mrs. Somers had been fitted with gloves. On rare occasions when she had bought a pair, they were always bargains, so cheap that it would have been preposterous and unreasonable to have expected them to be fitted to the hand. Now she rested her elbow on the cushion of the glove counter, and a pretty, pleasant young creature, delicate and deft of touch, drew a long-wristed kid over Mrs. Somers' hand. She smoothed it down over the wrist and buttoned it neatly, and both lost themselves for a second or two in admiring contemplation of the little symmetrical gloved hand. But there were other places where money might be spent. There were books and magazines piled up in the window of a stall a few paces down the street. Mrs. Somers bought 2 high-priced magazines, such as she had been accustomed to read in the days when she had been accustomed to other pleasant things. She carried them without wrapping. As well as she could, she lifted her skirts at the crossings. Her stockings and boots and well-fitting gloves had worked marvels in her bearing, had given her a feeling of assurance, a sense of belonging to the well-dressed multitude. She was very hungry. Another time she would have stilled the cravings for food until reaching her own home, where she would have brewed herself a cup of tea and taken a snack of anything that was available. But the impulse that was guiding her would not suffer her to entertain any such thought. There was a restaurant at the corner. She had never entered its doors. From the outside she had sometimes caught glimpses of spotless damask and shining crystal, and soft-stepping waiters serving people of fashion. When she entered, her appearance created no surprise, no consternation, as she had half feared it might. She seated herself at a small table alone, and an attentive waiter at once approached to take her order. She did not want a profusion. She craved a nice and tasty bite, a 6 Blue Points, a plump chop with cress, and something sweet, a creme frappée, for instance, a glass of Rhine wine, and after all, a small cup of black coffee. While waiting to be served, she removed her gloves very leisurely and laid them beside her. Then she picked up a magazine and glanced through it, cutting the pages with a blunt edge of her knife. It was all very agreeable. The damask was even more spotless than it had seemed through the window, and the crystal more sparkling. There were quiet ladies and gentlemen who did not notice her, lunching at the small tables like her own. A soft, pleasing strain of music could be heard, and a gentle breeze was blowing through the window. She tasted a bite, and she read a word or two, and she sipped the amber wine and wiggled her toes in the silk stockings. The price of it made no difference. She counted the money out to the waiter and left an extra coin in his tray, whereupon he bowed before her as before a princess of royal blood. There was still money in her purse, and her next temptation presented itself in the shape of a matinee poster. It was a little later when she entered the theater. The play had begun, and the house seemed to her to be packed. But there were vacant seats here and there, and into one of them she was ushered between brilliantly dressed women, who had gone there to kill time, and eat candy and display their gaudy attire. There were many others who were there solely for the play and acting. It is safe to say there was no one present who bore quite the attitude which Mrs. Somers did to her surroundings. She gathered in the whole, stage and players and people, in one wide impression, and absorbed it and enjoyed it. She laughed at the comedy and wept. She and the gaudy woman next to her wept over the tragedy, and they talked a little over it, and the gaudy woman wiped her eyes and sniffled on a tiny square of filmy perfumed lace, and passed little Mrs. Somers her box of candy. The play was over. The music ceased. The crowd filed out. It was like a dream ended. People scattered in all directions. Mrs. Somers went to the corner and waited for the cable car. A man with keen eyes who sat opposite to her seemed to like the study of her small, pale face. It puzzled him to decipher what he saw there. In truth, he saw nothing, unless he were wizard enough to detect a poignant wish. a powerful longing that the cable car would never stop anywhere but go on and on with her forever. End of A Pair of Silk Stockings by Kate Chopin. Recording by Grace Buchanan.
Simon of Cyrene by Oscar Wilde, as told to Amy Lowther. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rob Marland. Simon of Cyrene. The old man sat with bowed head and patient back, while the futile recriminations of his angry wife beat about his ears. Like an endless cascade splashed the dull reiteration of her reproaches. "Senseless greybeard, why did ye lose your time loitering on the way? Your father and his father before him all were keepers of the temple gate, and, had you been prompt when ye were sent for, ye would doubtless have been made keeper likewise. But now a readier man hath been chosen. O most foolish old man, who did prefer to loiter on the way, so that, forsooth, you might carry the cross for some young carpenter, a seditious criminal." "'Tis true," said the old man. "I met the young man who was to be crucified, and the centurion bade me carry his cross, and after that I had carried it to the top of the hill, I still lingered, because of the words which he spake, for he was sorely grieved, but with a grief which was not for himself, but for others, and the wonder of his words held me there, so that I forgot all things." "Yes, in verity you forgot all things, and the little sense you ever had, and so came too late to be made keeper of the temple gate. Are you not ashamed to think that your father and his father before him were all keepers of the gate of the Lord's house, and that their names are written thereon in letters of gold, which will be read by all men in times to come, for ever and for aye? But thou, vain old dotard, alone of all thy kin, will never be heard of again, for whom in all the world, when thou art dead, will ever hear the name of Simon of Cyrene?" End of Simon of Cyrene by Oscar Wilde, as told to Amy Lowther.
Advantages of Being Slandered by Epes, Sargent. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Everybody speaks well of him. I am sorry to hear it, for then he must have bowed as low to knaves and fools as to the honest dignity of virtue and of talent. Sheridan. Is it possible? True, every word of it. I had it direct from Mrs. Marvell. You know, is a very matter-of-fact sort of man, and the last in the world to invent such a story about anybody. Well, I never would have believed that young Langsdale could have fallen into such habits. So inconsiderate, too, at this moment, when his bedridden old uncle is hesitating as to how he shall dispose of his immense estate. Oh, that will probably go to Mr. Allen, the other nephew, who is a perfect model for the young men of the age in his habits, and who calls on old Gregory twice a day dutifully to inquire upon his health. And doesn't the dissipated one have sense enough to do the same? Quite the contrary. Langdale hasn't called on his uncle these 6 months. He is too fond of his bottle and his cigar to concern himself about the old gentleman. And which one of the nephews is favored by the famous beauty, Mrs. Maberly? The fortunate one, of course, whichsoever he may be. But as the chances of wealth are now in the favor of Alan, Langdale is not so much encouraged as present as formerly. And so Langdale really has a cottage at Bloomingdale, and... Hush! Don't for the world repeat it as though it was coming from me. Though, at the same time, I must say, I think it proper that such things should be known. Oh, to be sure they should. I have a dozen more calls to make this morning, my dear Mrs. B. Good day. Be sure and return my visit soon. And thus saying, Miss Potter took her leave, and made a dozen calls in rapid succession, and everywhere communicated the intelligence she had gathered in regard to Mr. Langdale. These agreeable intimations were but part of a system of abuse, which had been originated by Mr. Harrowby, an old friend of Mr. Langdale's, and a masterly tactician in his management of the minor peculiarities of human nature. Langdale had been complaining that Miss Maberly gave him no encouragement, and that his uncle had assured him that he should only leave him enough in his will to buy him a suit of mourning. Harrowby heard this intelligence with concern, for he was himself indebted to Langdale for the loan of some odd hundreds, and though he well knew he should never be done for the repayment, he was yet desirous of keeping his young friend in a position where he should never feel the temptation of want. Harrowby applied himself to the study of Langdale's case, questioned him minutely as to what the world said of him, what were Miss Maberly's characteristics, and what were the uncle's. He learnt that the young lady was of a romantic turn of mind, ambitious but high-spirited and generous, fond of admiration, and remarkably fond of having her own way. According to Langdale's belief, however, the good and beautiful preponderated in her character as well as in her person. As for old Gregory, the uncle, he had been a roue in his youth, but now entirely reformed. He took credit to himself for the change, but the fact was that gout and incipient disease had wrought it. He belonged to some dozen temperance societies, and abused his old friend King Alcohol with the habitual zeal of new converts. Harrowby reflected long and intently upon these particulars which Langdale communicated. At last he exclaimed, "I see it, my young friend. I have struck the root of the mischief. The fact is, you have altogether too good a character. You are too amiable, too correct, too unexceptionable in your deportment. You don't afford pegs enough for Slandered to hang her little exaggerations upon. You must commit some trifling peccadilloes, or you will be ruined. Let me see. Suppose you stand in the colonnade before Pinto's tomorrow with a cigar in your mouth and your cheeks very much flushed. But no. There is not the least occasion that you should do anything of the kind. Slandered requires no straw in the manufacture of her bricks. Imagination supplies material solid enough for her. I must backbite you a little, Langdale, to give currency to a few bits of scandal, get you very well abused. Then there will be some hope of retrieving your fortunes." "Really, Harrowby," replied Langdale, "I do not comprehend your tactics. Look at my cousin Alan. See what an excellent character he enjoys. And what will be the consequence? He will marry Ellen Maberly, and become old Gregory's heir. Fie upon your faint heart! He will never do any such thing. He is ruining himself by playing the saint. Why, Harrowby, he is the president of a temperance society, and surely if anything can prejudice his uncle in his favor, it will be that fact. Oh, a mistake. You show your ignorance of human nature, my dear boy, in saying so. Self-love is at the bottom of all of our actions. I take that as an axiom. Now, is it the way to win old Gregory's favor to make it continually apparent to his understanding that you are vastly better than he was at your age? But the lady, Harrowby, surely she will prefer that her lover should be a man of unobjectionable character. Unobjectionable humbug! How will she ever find out that she loves him unless someone gives her an opportunity of defending him? Ah, let all the world traduce rather than praise me to the woman whose love I would win. Where would your philosophy lead to? Asked Langdale. If you are right, then the old proverb is wrong, and honesty is not the best policy. For its own sake, said Harrowby, it is, for our own peace of mind and the smile of our conscience. I would not give much for honesty, which is based solely upon trust in its policy. How much more cautious than the author of this old saw is Shakespeare when he says, corruption wins not more than honesty, from which we may infer that honesty wins not more than corruption, which I believe to be a fact. But we are straying from the subject before us. The question is, how are you to regain the favor of your uncle and your mistress? I have revealed to you the means. Give me a carte blanche to slander you, and all shall be well. Really, my dear Harrowby, this is a most original plan for advancing one's fortune, but I rely upon your superior sagacity and knowledge of the world. I leave my character in your hands, and I will reconsign it to a maiden lady of my acquaintance who will deal with it very tenderly. Here the conference between Harrowby and his pupil terminated, and the former drew his silk handkerchief over his hat and went forth to set afoot the project he had originated. The result did not fully appear until several months had elapsed. By that time Langdale had become one of the most notorious young men about town. Studious in his habit, with a constitutional repugnance to sensual excesses, and passing the greater part of his time amongst his books, he yet innocently acquired the reputation of being a five-bottle man, a gay deceiver, a gambler, and a confirmed rake. Mothers warned their daughters against his insidious arts. Prudent fathers threatened their sons with rustication in the event of their venturing to mingle in his society. Numberless were the stories of his extravagances, his scrapes, his gaming propensities. Harrowby, when he heard of these things, as he often would from mammas and papas, looked grave, shook his head, and remarked that it was a pity that such a fine man should so throw himself away. And all the while poor Langdale, forgetful even of his friend's project in his behalf, was deeply engaged in the preparation of a work on ornithology, a favorite study with him, and rarely went forth except for exercise. At length the physicians gave the world to understand that old Gregory could not survive more than a week or two. His large fortune rendered it, of course, an interesting subject for public speculation. Who was to be his heir? Alan, of course, said the world, and Alan thought so himself, and took the occasion to ask Mrs. Maberly point blank if she objected to him as a son-in-law. The mother expressed herself charmed at the prospect, but Ellen positively said no. The mother stormed and threatened. The daughter retired weeping to her chamber, and, sitting down to a writing-desk, addressed a long letter to Langdale, who, discouraged by demonstration of aversions on the part of the mother and misinterpreted caprices on the part of the daughter, had retired sick at heart from the candidacy for her hand. We cannot quote the whole of Ellen's letter, for it would only be laughed at. She had heard of Langdale's fabled career of dissipation, and supposed that he had surrendered himself to it on account of his despair of ever attaining her hand. Dreadful stories were told of him, she said, but she didn't believe half of them. Not half. Everybody seemed forsaking him now. Even his old uncle had cut him off without a shilling, so her mother declared. Under these circumstances she had discovered that she loved him better than anybody else in the world, and marry Mr. Allen she wouldn't. Nothing should force her to that. She expressed a hope, nay, she was sure that Langdale would reform under her influence, and that she could never believe that he was a 50th part as bad as people represented him. Such was the tenor of the young lady's letter. Langdale had not finished reading and kissing it when he received a summons to attend the deathbed of his uncle. Sincerely concerned at the intelligence of his kinsman's serious illness, he hastened to fulfill the summons. Gregory was the only remaining brother of his departed mother, and though Langdale had never experienced from him any kindness, and expected no advantage from his death, he now keenly felt a twinge of remorse at his long neglect of the childless old gentleman. On his way he encountered Harrowby, who insisted on accompanying him. They entered the sick chamber together. Before they reached the bed, the occupant had breathed his last. Several persons were present in the apartment: a clergyman, Mr. Gruff the attorney, a physician, Allen, and a servant. Langdale uttered an unaffected exclamation of regret upon learning what had happened, but did not pretend to have very vehement emotion. Allen sat with his handkerchief to his eyes, the picture of disconsolate affliction. After ascertaining that due preparations would be made for the obsequies, Langdale signified to Harrowby his intention of returning home. "Stop a moment, young friend," said Mr. Gruff. "There may be something that will interest you in this paper." Allen put down his handkerchief and pricked up his ears. Mr. Gruff drew forth a paper tied with red tape from his pocket, and without further preface read the following passage from the last will and testament of the deceased. "Whereas my nephew, Hopkins Allen, has manifested a becoming interest in the good cause of temperance, I hereby bequeath the sum of $5,000 to the Asylum for Inebriates, on the condition that said Hopkins Allen is made one of the trustees of the said institution. And whereas my nephew, Arthur Langdale, unless some strong inducement is offered to him to reform, is likely to become a candidate for the humane offices of the directors of the said asylum, I hereby bequeath to him the bulk of my property, consisting of real estate, etc., etc., as enumerated in Schedule A, on condition that he will from this time forth abandon the use of ardent spirits, and I leave it solely to his honor as a gentleman to declare whether or no he accedes to this condition." A groan from Mr. Allen, a smothered huzzah from Harrowby, and a cry of surprise from Langdale succeeded the reading of this extraordinary clause. "What say you now to my tactics?" asked Harrowby, when he and Langdale were in the open street. Without waiting for a reply, he continued, "I have only one regret. It is that this should have occurred before Ellen Maberly had declared herself in your favor. Her disinterestedness would be questionable should she smile upon you now." "Not at all. Read that letter," replied Langdale. "Victorious on every side!" exclaimed Harrowby as he skimmed its contents. "Didn't I tell you so? Wasn't it my abuse of you that brought you all this good fortune?" "It would seem so, and yet how unnatural!" "Not at all. Didn't the Athenians tired of hearing Aristides called the just, and isn't it human nature the same now that it ever was? Your fool of a cousin got people to surround your uncle, who continually rung in the old man's ears the praises of his nephews. Of you he heard nothing but bad reports. But with you he felt that he had sympathies in common. He could say to his own heart, I was the same wild dog myself when I was his age. He was true to his nature at last. Self-love triumphed, as I calculated it would triumph. I shall never speak ill of slanderers after this, said Langdale. They have their uses, depend on it, rejoined Harrowby. Poor Alan! He has fallen victim to the irreproachableness of his character. But there are Maberly's marble steps. Suppose you go in and ask Ellen to fix the marriage day. End of Advantages of Being Slandered by Epes Sargent. Read by Kelly Taylor.
Where Was Wych Street by Stacy Aumonier, 1877 to 1928. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. In the public bar of the Wagtail in Wapping, 4 men and a woman were drinking beer and discussing diseases. It was not a pretty subject, and the company was certainly not a handsome one. It was a dark November evening, and the dingy lighting of the bar seemed but to emphasize the bleak exterior. Drifts of fog and damp from without mingled with the smoke of shag. The sanded floor was kicked into a muddy morass, not unlike the surface of the pavement. An old lady down the street had died from pneumonia the previous evening, and the event supplied a fruitful topic of conversation. The things that one could get. Everywhere were germs eager to destroy one. At any minute the symptoms might break out, and so one foregathered in a cheerful spot amidst friends and drank forgetfulness. Prominent in this little group was Baldwin Meadows, a sallow-faced villain with battered features and prominent cheekbones, his face cut and scarred by 100 fights. Ex-seaman, ex-fish porter, indeed, to everyone's knowledge, ex-everything. No one knew how he lived. By his side lurched an enormous coloured man who went by the name of Harry Jones. Grinning above a tankard sat a pimply-faced young man who was known as the Agent. Silver rings adorned his fingers. He had no other name, and most emphatically no address, but he arranged things for people and appeared to thrive upon it in a scrambling, fugitive manner. The other 2 people were Mr. and Mrs. Dawes. Mr. Dawes was an entirely negative person, but Mrs. Dawes shone by virtue of a high, whining, insistent voice, keyed to within half a note of hysteria. Then at one point the conversation suddenly took a peculiar turn. It came about through Mrs. Dawes mentioning that her aunt, who died from eating tin lobster, used to work in a corset shop in Wych Street. When she said that, the agent, whose right eye appeared to survey the ceiling, whilst his left eye looked over the other side of his tankard, remarked, "Where was Wych Street, Ma?" "Lord!" exclaimed Mrs. Dawes. "Don't you know, dearie? You must be a young un, you must. Why, when I was a gal, everyone knew Wych Street. It was just down there where they built the Kingsway, like." Baldwin Meadows cleared his throat and said, "Wych Street used to be a turning running from Long Acre into Wellington Street." "Oh, no, old boy," chipped in Mr. Dawes, who always treated the ex-man with great deference. "If you'll excuse me, Wych Street was a narrow lane at the back of the old Globe Theatre that used to pass by the church." "Oh, I know what I'm talking about," growled Meadows. Mrs. Dawes' high nasal whine broke in. "Hi, Mr. Booth. You used to know your way about. Where was Wych Street?" Mr. Booth, the proprietor, was polishing a tap. He looked up. "Wych Street? Yes, of course I knew Wych Street. I used to go there with some of the boys when I was Covent Garden way. It was right angles to the Strand, just east of Wellington Street." "No, it weren't. It were alongside the Strand, before you come to Wellington Street." The coloured man took no part in the discussion, one street and one city being alike to him, provided he could obtain the material comforts dear to his heart. But the others carried it on with a certain amount of acerbity. Before any agreement had been arrived at, 3 other men entered the bar. The quick eye of Meadows recognised them at once as 3 of what was known at that time as the gallows ring. Every member of the gallows ring had done time, but they still carried on a lucrative industry devoted to blackmail, intimidation, shoplifting, and some of the clumsier recreations. Their leader, Ben Orming, had served 7 years for bashing a Chinaman down at Rotherhithe. The gallows rings was not popular in Wapping for the reason that many of their depredations had been inflicted upon their own class. When Meadows and Harry Jones took it into their heads to do a little wild prancing, they took the trouble to go up into the West End. They considered the gallows ring an ungentlemanly set. Nevertheless, they always treated them with a certain external deference, an unpleasant crowd to quarrel with. Ben Orming ordered beer for the 3 of them, and they leant against the bar and whispered in sullen accents. Something had evidently miscarried with the ring. Mrs. Dawes continued to whine above the general drone of the bar. Suddenly she said, "Ben, you're a hot old devil, you are. We was just having a discussion like. Where was Wych Street?" Ben scowled at her, and she continued, "Some says it was one place, some says it was another. I know where it was, 'cause my aunt had died from blood poison after eating tin lobster. Used to work at a corset shop." "Yus," barked Ben emphatically. "I know where Wych Street was. It was just south of the river, afore you come to Waterloo Station." It was then that the coloured man, who up to that point had taken no part in the discussion, thought fit to intervene. "Nope, you's all wrong, Cap'n. Wych Street were alongside the church, way over where the Strand takes a sideline up west." Ben turned on him fiercely. "What the blazes does a blankety nigger know about it? I told you where Wych Street was." "Yes, and I know where it was," interposed Meadows. "You're both wrong. Wych Street was a turning running from Long Acre into Wellington Street." "I didn't ask you what you thought," growled Ben. "Well, I suppose I've a right to an opinion. You always think you know everything, you do. You can just keep your mouth shut." "It'd take more'n you to shut it." Mr. Booth thought it advisable at this juncture to bawl across the bar, "Now, gentlemen, no quarrelling, please." The affair might have been subsided at that point but for Mrs. Dawes. Her emotions over the death of the old lady in the street had been so stirred that she had been, almost unconsciously, drinking too much gin. She suddenly screamed out, "Don't you take no lip from him, Mr. Meadows, the dirty thieving devil. He always thinks he's going to come it over everyone." She stood up threateningly, and one of Ben's supporters gave her a gentle push backwards. In 3 minutes the bar was in a complete state of pandemonium. The 3 members of the gallows ring fought 2 men and a woman, for Mr. Dawes merely stood in a corner and screamed out, "Don't, don't!" Mrs. Dawes stabbed the man who had pushed her through the wrist with a hatpin. Meadows and Ben Orming closed on each other and fought savagely with the naked fists. A lucky blow early in the encounter sent Meadows reeling against the wall, with blood streaming down his temple. Then the coloured man hurled a pewter tankard straight at Ben, and it hit him on the knuckles. The pain maddened him to a frenzy. His other supporter had immediately got to grips with Harry Jones, and picked up one of the high stools and, seizing an opportunity, brought it down crash onto the coloured man's skull. The whole affair was a matter of minutes. Mr. Booth was bawling out in the street. A whistle sounded. People were running in all directions. "Beat it! Beat it, for God's sake!" called the man who had been stabbed through the wrist. His face was very white, and he was obviously about to faint. Ben and the other man, whose name was Toller, dashed to the door. On the pavement there was a confused scramble. Blows were struck indiscriminately. Two policemen appeared. One was laid hors de combat by a kick on the kneecap from Toller. The two men fled into the darkness, followed by a hue and cry. Born and bred in the locality, they took every advantage of their knowledge. They tacked through alleys and raced down dark mews and clambered over walls. Fortunately for them, the people they passed, who might have tripped them up or aided in the pursuit, merely fled indoors. The people of Wapping are not always on the side of the pursuer. But the police held on. At last Ben and Toller slipped through the door of an empty house in Aztec Street, barely 10 yards ahead of their nearest pursuer. Blows rained on the door, but they slipped the bolts and then fell panting to the floor. When Ben could speak, he said, "If they cop us, it means swinging. Was the nigger done in?" "I think so. But even if he wasn't, there was that other affair the night before last. The game's up." The ground floor rooms were shuttered and bolted, but they knew that the police would probably force the front door. At the back there was no escape, only a narrow stable yard, where lanterns were already flashing. The roof only extended 30 yards either way, and the police would probably take the possession of it. They made a round of the house, which was sketchily furnished. There was a loaf, a small piece of mutton, and a bottle of pickles, and, their most precious possession, 3 bottles of whisky. Each man drank half a glass of neat whisky. Then Ben said, "We'll be able to keep 'em quiet for a bit anyway," and he went and fetched an old 12-bore gun and a case of cartridges. Toller was opposed to this last desperate resort, but Ben continued to murmur, "It means swinging, anyway." And thus began the notorious siege of Aztec Street. It lasted 3 days and 4 nights. You may remember that, on forcing a panel of the front door, Sub-Inspector Race of the 5th Division was shot through the chest. The police then tried other methods. A hose was brought into play without effect. 2 policemen were killed and 4 wounded. The military was requisitioned. The street was picketed. Snipers occupied windows of the houses opposite. A distinguished member of the cabinet drove down in a motor car and directed operations in a top hat. It was the introduction of poison gas which was the ultimate cause of the downfall of the citadel. The body of Ben Orming was never found, but that of Toller was discovered near the front door with a bullet through his heart. The medical officer to the court pronounced that the man had been dead 3 days, but whether killed by a chance bullet from a sniper or whether killed deliberately by his fellow criminal was never revealed. For when the end came, Orming had apparently planned a final act of venom. It was known that in the basement a considerable quantity of petrol had been stored. The contents had probably been carefully distributed over the most inflammable materials in the top rooms. The fire broke out, as one witness described it, almost like an explosion. Orming must have perished in this. The roof blazed up, and the sparks carried across the yard and started a stack of light timber in the annex of Messrs. Morell's piano factory. The factory and 2 blocks of tenement buildings were burnt to the ground. The estimated cost of the destruction was £180,000. The casualties amounted to 7 killed and 15 wounded. At the inquiry held under the Chief Justice Pengammon, various odd interesting facts were revealed. Mr. Lowes Parlby, the brilliant young K.C., distinguished himself by his searching cross-examination of many witnesses. At one point, a certain Mrs. Dawes was put in the box. "Now," said Mr. Lowes Parlby, "I understand that on the evening in question, Mrs. Dawes, you and the victims and these other people who have been mentioned were all seated in the public bar of the Wagtail, enjoying its no doubt excellent hospitality and indulging in a friendly discussion. Is that so?" "Yes, sir." "Now, will you tell his lordship what you were discussing?" "Diseases, sir." "Diseases? And did that argument become acrimonious?" "Pardon?" "Was there a serious dispute about the diseases?" "No, sir." "Well, what was the subject of the dispute?" "We was arguing as to where Wych Street was, sir." "What's that?" asked his lordship. "The witness states, my lord, that they were arguing as to where Wych Street was." "Wych Street? Do you mean W-Y-C-H?" "Yes, sir." "You mean the narrow old street that used to run across the site of what is now the Gaiety Theatre?" Mr. Lowes Parlby smiled in his most charming manner. "Yes, my lord, I believe the witness refers to the same street you mention, though if I may be allowed to qualify your lordship's description of the locality, may I suggest that it was a little further east, at the side of the old Globe Theatre, which was adjacent to St. Martin's in the Strand. That is the street you're all arguing about, isn't it, Mrs. Dawes?" "Well, sir, my aunt, who died from eating tinned lobster, used to work at a corset shop. I ought to know." His lordship ignored the witness. He turned to the counsel rather peevishly. "Mr. Lowes Parlby, when I was your age I used to pass through Wych Street every day of my life. I did so for nearly 12 years. I think it hardly necessary for you to contradict me." The counsel bowed. It was not his place to dispute with the Chief Justice, although that Chief Justice be a hopeless old fool. But another eminent K.C., an elderly man with a tawny beard, rose in the body of the court and said, "If I may be allowed to interpose, your lordship, I also spent a great deal of my youth passing through Wych Street. I have gone into the matter, comparing past and present ordnance survey maps. If I am not mistaken, the street the witness was referring to began near the hoarding at the entrance to Kingsway and ended at the back of what is now the Old Wych Theatre." "Oh, no, Mr. Backer," exclaimed Lowes Parlby. His lordship removed his glasses and snapped out, "The matter is entirely irrelevant to the case." It certainly was, but the brief passage of arms left an unpleasant tang of bitterness behind. It was observed that Mr. Lowes Parlby never again quite got the prehensile grip upon his cross-examination that he had shown in his treatment of the earlier witnesses. The coloured man, Harry Jones, had died in hospital, but Mr. Booth, the proprietor of the Wagtail, Baldwin Meadows, Mr. Dawes, and the man who was stabbed in the wrist all gave evidence of a rather nugatory character. Lowes Parlby could do nothing with it. The findings of this special inquiry do not concern us. It is sufficient to say that the witnesses already mentioned all returned to Wapping. The man who had received the thrust of a hatpin through his wrist did not think it advisable to take any action against Mrs. Dawes. He was pleasantly relieved to find that he was only required as a witness of an abortive discussion. In a few weeks' time, the great Aztec Street siege remained only a romantic memory to the majority of Londoners. To Lowes Parlby, the little dispute with Chief Justice Pengammon rankled unreasonably. It is annoying to be publicly snubbed for making a statement which you know to be absolutely true, and which you have even taken pains to verify. And Lowes Parlby was a young man accustomed to score. He made a point of looking everything up, of being prepared for an adversary thoroughly. He liked to give the appearance of knowing everything. The brilliant career just ahead of him at times dazzled him. He was one of the darlings of the gods. Everything came to Lowes Parlby. His father had distinguished himself at the bar before him, and had amassed a modest fortune. He was an only son. At Oxford he had carried off every possible degree. He was already being spoken of for very high political honours. But the most sparkling jewel in the crown of his success was Lady Adela Charters, the daughter of Lord Vermeer, the Minister for Foreign Affairs. She was his fiancée, and it was considered the most brilliant match of the season. She was young and almost pretty, and Lord Vermeer was immensely wealthy and one of the most influential men in Great Britain. Such a combination was irresistible. There seemed to be nothing missing in the life of Francis Lowes Parlby, K.C. One of the most regular and absorbed spectators at the Aztec Street inquiry was old Stephen Garrett. Stephen Garrett held a unique but quite inconspicuous position in the legal world at that time. He was a friend of judges, a specialist at various abstruse legal rulings, a man of remarkable memory, and yet an amateur. He had never taken sick, never eaten the requisite dinners, never passed an examination in his life, but the law of evidence was meat and drink to him. He passed his life in the Temple, where he had chambers. Some of the most eminent counsel in the world would take his opinion, or come to him for advice. He was very old, very silent, and very absorbed. He attended every meeting of the Aztec Street inquiry, but from beginning to end he never volunteered an opinion. After the inquiry was over, he went and visited an old friend at the London Survey Office. He spent 2 mornings examining maps. After that he spent 2 mornings pottering about the Strand, Kingsway and Aldwych. Then he worked out some careful calculations on a ruled chart. He entered the particulars in a little book which he kept for purposes of that kind, and then retired to his chambers to study other matters. Before doing so he entered a little apothegm in another book. It was apparently a book in which he intended to compile a summary of his legal experience. The sentence ran, "The basic trouble is that people make statements without sufficient data." Old Stephen need not have appeared in this story at all, except for the fact that he was present at the dinner of Lord Vermeer's, where a rather deplorable incident occurred. And you must acknowledge that in the circumstances it is useful to have such a valuable and efficient witness. Lord Vermeer was a competent, forceful man, a little quick-tempered and autocratic. He came from Lancashire, and before entering politics had made an enormous fortune out of borax, artificial manure, and starch. It was a small dinner party, with a motive behind it. His principal guest was Mr. Sandeman, the London agent of the Emir of Buchanan. Lord Vermeer was very anxious to impress Mr. Sandeman and to be very friendly with him. The reasons will appear later. Mr. Sandeman was a self-confessed cosmopolitan. He spoke 7 languages and professed to be equally at home in any capital in Europe. London had been his headquarters for over 20 years. Lord Vermeer also invited Mr. Arthur Toombs, a colleague in the cabinet. His prospective son-in-law, Lowes Parlby, K.C., James Trolley, a very tame Socialist MP, and Sir Henry and Lady Braid. The two latter being invited not because Sir Henry was of any use, but because Lady Braid was a pretty and brilliant woman who might amuse his principal guest. The sixth guest was Stephen Garrett. The dinner was a great success. When the succession of courses eventually came to a stop and the ladies had retired, Lord Vermeer conducted his male guests into another room for a 10-minute smoke before rejoining them. It was then that the unfortunate incident occurred. There was no love lost between Lowes Parlby and Mr. Sandman. It is difficult to ascribe the real reason of their mutual animosity, but on the several occasions when they had met, there had invariably passed a certain sardonic byplay. They were both clever, both comparatively young, each a little suspect and jealous of the other. Moreover, it was said in some quarters that Mr. Sandman had intentions himself with regard to Lord Vermeer's daughter, that he had been on the point of a proposal when Lowes Parlby had butted in and forestalled him. Mr. Sandman had dined well, and he was in the mood to dazzle with a display of his varied knowledge and experiences. The conversation drifted from a discussion of the rival claims of great cities to the slow, inevitable removal of old landmarks. There had been a slightly acrimonious disagreement between Lowes Parlby and Mr. Sandman as to the claims of Budapest and Lisbon, and Mr. Sandman had scored because he extracted from his rival a confession that, though he had spent 2 months in Budapest, he had only spent 2 days in Lisbon. Mr. Sandman had lived for 4 years in either city. Lowes Parlby changed the subject abruptly. "Talking of landmarks," he said, "we had a queer point arise in that Aztec Street inquiry. The original dispute arose owing to a discussion between a crowd of people in a pub as to where Wych Street was." "I remember," said Lord Vermeer. "A perfectly absurd discussion. Why, I should have thought that any man over 40 would remember exactly where it was." "Where would you say it was, sir?" asked Lowes Parlby. "Why, to be sure, it ran from the corner of Chancery Lane and ended at the second turning after the Law Courts, going west." Lowes Parlby was about to reply when Mr. Sandman cleared his throat and said, in his supercilious, oily voice, "Excuse me, my lord, I know my Paris, Vienna, and Lisbon, every brick and stone, but I look upon London as my home. I know my London even better. I have a perfectly clear recollection of Wych Street. When I was a student, I used to visit there to buy books. It ran parallel to New Oxford Street on the south side, just between it and Lincoln's Inn Fields." There was something about this assertion that infuriated Lowes Parlby. In the first place, it was so hopelessly wrong and so insufferably asserted. In the second place, he was already smarting under the indignity of being shown up about Lisbon, and then there suddenly flashed through his mind the wretched incident when he had been publicly snubbed by Justice Pengammon about the very same point, and he knew he was right each time. Damn Wych Street! He turned on Mr. Sandman. "Oh, nonsense! You may know something about these eastern cities. You certainly know nothing about London if you make a statement like that. Wych Street was a little farther east of what is now the Gaiety Theatre. It used to run by the side of the Old Globe Theatre, parallel to the Strand." The dark moustache of Mr. Sandman shot upwards, revealing a narrow line of yellow teeth. He uttered a sound that was a mingling of contempt and derision. Then he drawled out, "Really? How wonderful to have such comprehensive knowledge!" He laughed, and his small eyes fixed his rival. Lowes Parlby flushed a deep red. He gulped down a glass of port and muttered just above a whisper, "Damned impudence!" Then, in the rudest manner he could display, he turned his back deliberately on Sandman and walked out of the room. In the company of Adela he tried to forget the little contretemps. The whole thing was so absurd, so utterly undignified, as though he didn't know. It was the little accumulation of pinpricks all arising out of that one argument. The result had suddenly goaded him to, well, being rude, to say the least of it. It wasn't that Sandeman mattered. To the devil with Sandeman, but what would his future father-in-law think? He had never before given way to any show of ill temper before him. He forced himself into a mood of rather fatuous jocularity. Adela was at her best in those moods. They would have lots of fun together in the days to come. Her almost pretty, not too clever face was dimpled with kittenish glee. Life was a tremendous rag to her. They were expecting Toccata, the famous opera singer. She had been engaged at a very high fee to come on from Covent Garden. Mr. Sandeman was very fond of music. Adela was laughing and discussing which was the most honourable position for the great Sandeman to occupy. There came to Lowes Parlby a sudden abrupt misgiving. What sort of wife would this be to him when they were not just fooling? He immediately dismissed a curious, furtive little stab of doubt. The splendid proportions of the room calmed his senses. A huge bowl of dark red roses quickened his perceptions. His career? The door opened, but it was not La Toccata, it was one of the household flunkies. Lowes Parlby turned again to his inamorata. "Excuse me, sir," his lordship says, "will you kindly go and see him in the library?" Lowes Parlby regarded the messenger, and his heart beat quickly. An uncontrollable presage of evil racked his nerve centres. Something had gone wrong, and yet the whole thing was so absurd, trivial. In a crisis, well, he could always apologize. He smiled confidently at Adela and said, "Why, of course, with pleasure. Please excuse me, dear." He followed the impressive servant out of the room. His foot had barely touched the carpet of the library when he realized that his worst apprehensions were to be plumbed to the depths. For a moment he thought Lord Vermeer was alone. Then he observed old Stephen Garrett lying in an easy-chair in the corner, like a piece of crumpled parchment. Lord Vermeer did not beat about the bush. When the door was closed, he bawled out savagely, "What the devil have you done?" "Excuse me, sir, I'm afraid I don't understand. Is it Sandeman?" "Sandeman has gone." "Oh, I'm sorry." "Sorry? By God, I should think you might be sorry. You insulted him. My prospective son-in-law insulted him in my own house." "I'm awfully sorry. I didn't realize—" "Realize? Sit down, and don't assume for one moment that you continue to be my prospective son-in-law. Your insult was a most intolerable piece of effrontery, not only to him, but to me." "But I—" "Listen to me. Do you know that the government were on the verge of concluding a most far-reaching treaty with that man? Do you know that the position was just touch and go? The concessions we were prepared to make would have cost the state £30 million, and it would have been cheap. Do you hear that? It would have been cheap. Buchanan is one of the most vulnerable outposts of the empire. It is a terrible danger zone. If certain powers can usurp our authority, and mark you, the whole blamed place is already riddled with this new pernicious doctrine. You know what I mean. Before we know where we are, the whole East will be in a blaze. India, my God. This contract we were negotiating would have countered this outward thrust. And you blockhead, you come here and insult the man upon whose word the whole thing depends." "I really can't see, sir, how I should know all this." "You can't see it? But, you fool, you seem to go out of your way. You insulted him about the merest quibble. In my house." "He said he knew where Wych Street was. He was quite wrong. I corrected him." "Wych Street? Wych Street be damned! If he said Wych Street was in the moon, you should have agreed with him. There was no call to act in the way you did. And you think of going into politics?" The somewhat cynical inference of this remark went unnoticed. Lowes Parlby was too unnerved. He mumbled, I'm very sorry. I don't want your sorrow. I want something more practical. What's that, sir? You will drive straight to Mr. Sandeman's, find him and apologise. Tell him you find that he was right about Wych Street after all. If you can't find him tonight, you must find him tomorrow morning. I give you till midday tomorrow. If by that time you have not offered a handsome apology to Mr. Sandeman, you do not enter this house again. You do not see my daughter again. Moreover, all the power I possess will be devoted to hounding you out of that profession you have dishonoured. Now you can go." Dazed and shaken, Lowes Parlby drove back to his flat at Knightsbridge. Before acting, he must have time to think. Lord Vermeer had given him till tomorrow midday. Any apologising that was done should be done after a night's reflection. The fundamental purposes of his being were to be tested. He knew that. He was at a great crossing. Some deep instinct within him was grossly outraged. Is it that a point comes when success demands that a man shall sell his soul? It was all so absurdly trivial, a mere argument about the position of a street that had ceased to exist. As Lord Vermeer said, what did it matter about Wych Street? Of course he should apologise. It would hurt horribly to do so. But would a man sacrifice everything on account of some footling argument about a street? In his own rooms, Lowes Parlby put on a dressing-gown, and lighting a pipe he sat before the fire. He would have given anything for companionship at such a moment. The right companionship. How lovely it would be to have a woman, just the right woman, to talk this over with. Someone who understood and sympathised. A sudden vision came to him of Adela's face grinning about the prospective visit of La Toccata, and again the low voice of misgiving whispered in his ears. Would Adela be just the right woman? In very truth, did he really love Adela, or was it all a rag? Was life a rag, a game played by lawyers, politicians, and people? The fire burned low, but still he continued to sit thinking, his mind principally occupied with the dazzling visions of the future. It was past midnight when he suddenly muttered a low "damn" and walked to the bureau. He took up a pen and wrote, "Dear Mr. Sandeman, I must apologise for acting so rudely to you last night. It was quite unpardonable of me, especially as I since find, on going into the matter, that you were quite right about the position of Wych Street. I can't think how I made the mistake. Please forgive me. Yours cordially, Francis Lowes Parlby." Having written this, he sighed and went to bed. One might have imagined at that point that the matter was finished. But there are certain little greedy demons of conscience that require a lot of stilling, and they kept Lowes Parlby awake more than half the night. He kept on repeating to himself, "It's all positively absurd." But the little greedy demons pranced around the bed, and they began to group things into two definite issues. On the one side, the great appearances; on the other, something at the back of it all. Something deep, fundamental, something that could only be expressed by one word: truth. If he had really loved Adela, if he weren't so absolutely certain that Sandeman was wrong and he was right, why should he have to say that Wych Street was where it wasn't? Isn't there, after all, said one of the little demons, something which makes for greater happiness than success? Confess this and we'll let you sleep. Perhaps that is one of the most potent weapons the little demons possess. However full our lives may be, we ever long for moments of tranquillity, and conscience holds before our eyes some mirror of an ultimate tranquillity. Lowes Parlby was certainly not himself. The gay, debonair and brilliant egoist was tortured, and tortured almost beyond control, and it had all apparently risen through the ridiculous discussion about a street. At 3:15 in the morning he arose from his bed with a groan, and, going into the other room, he tore the letter to Mr. Sandeman to pieces. 3 weeks later, old Stephen Garrett was lunching with the Lord Chief Justice. They were old friends, and they never found it incumbent to be very conversational. The lunch was an excellent but frugal meal. They both ate slowly and thoughtfully, and their drink was water. It was not till they reached the dessert stage that his lordship indulged in any very informative comment, and then he recounted to Stephen the details of a recent case in which he considered that the presiding judge had, by an unprecedented paralogy, misinterpreted the law of evidence. Stephen listened with absorbed attention. He took 2 cobnuts from the silver dish and turned them over meditatively without cracking them. When his lordship had completely stated his opinion and peeled a pear, Stephen mumbled, "I have been impressed, very impressed indeed. Even in my own field of limited observation, the opinion of an outsider, you may say, so often it happens, the trouble caused by an affirmation without sufficiently established data. I have seen lives lost, ruin brought about, endless suffering. Only last week a young man, a brilliant career, almost shattered. People make statements without." He put the nuts back on the dish, and then, in an apparently irrelevant manner, he said abruptly, "Do you remember Wych Street, my lord?" The Lord Chief Justice grunted. "Wych Street, of course I do." "Where would you say it was, my lord?" "Why, here, of course." His lordship took a pencil from his pocket and sketched a plan on the tablecloth. "It used to run from there to here." Stephen adjusted his glasses and carefully examined the plan. He took a long time to do this, and when he had finished, his hand instinctively went towards a breast pocket where he kept a notebook with little squared pages. Then he stopped and sighed. After all, why argue with the law? The law was like that, an excellent thing, not infallible, of course. Even the plan of the Lord Chief Justice was a quarter of a mile out, but still an excellent, a wonderful thing. He examined the bony knuckles of his hands and yawned slightly. "Do you remember it?" said the Lord Chief Justice. Stephen nodded sagely, and his voice seemed to come from a long way off. "Yes, I remember it, my lord. It was a melancholy little street." End of Where Was Wych Street by Stacy Almonier. Recording by Peter Thomlinson.